Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you want to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got a new moon coming up tomorrow in Pisces. A new moon in Pisces during Pisces season is it's double down energy. I'd say it twice. Okay. It's like, and the thing, and I want to describe it. The thing we got to think about, and it's working into the context of the emotions, right? We often go through emotional volatility in the space by which we feel something, and then we question our feelings, or we go through all of the complications that the emotions bring with it. And I want to point this out. Like, I feel like something that's really important when we think about a healing journey, and we often see this. Trauma spaces have no room for our emotions, right? You look at a trauma space and someone being like what, like, how dare you bring your emotions into this? But the thing is, our emotions are a gift as long as we're applying them in the proper ways, right? As long as our emotions have healthy directions attached to them, then those are the emotions that help guide the direction, or help guide the healthy direction forward. But it's very easy to get into the context of questioning one's own emotions when one is working through the context of healing. Because, and this is the thing you often recognize, traumatic spaces ask you to disassociate, while often the space and the requirement of being able to find, right, the journey of self-validation is often one that has to be navigated with a sense of proportionality, even as I'm clearing, as I'm trying to communicate this. And that, to a certain extent, can often feel difficult, right? Because, and you'll often feel like this, you'll be going through a healing journey and you'll be like, darn, like, why did my emotions have to get in the way, right? And here's the thing about it. Our emotions don't get in the way of things. And often the space by which we have them, and this is like often what we see with emotions. Emotions sometimes are there. And what do emotions say? You'll thank me for this later, right? Because the journey that we effectively take, that work into healing, is the journey of understanding emotions. And that doesn't mean that all of the emotions are valid. We talk a lot about that here. We talk a lot about the observation of understanding the quality that we dispense, right? The quality we dispense towards being able to feel our emotions, to determine what needs to be healed inwardly versus what needs to be healed outwardly. And it takes kind of a lifetime to be able to do that work. But the way that we effectively do that is, first and foremost, the only way any of that occurs is if we allow ourselves to feel them, right? And that feels very difficult. particularly and especially in a world that is perpetually asking us to disassociate instead of integrate. And so we see that this is happening right now. And I like to point out, like, and especially given the fact that this is a very emotional Pisces season. We've got a lot of planets that have been moving out of Pisces in the context of going through their season, which can bring up a lot of abandonment wounds. It's working into the context of things that are ever changing. But when we recognize that change is the context, that change is the constant, then we don't allow, right? We don't come into the space by which we feel overwhelmed by that change, but we recognize it and we hold it with a sense of observing and not observing and not absorbing, if you will, right? Like that's what we talk about with that pathwork of integration. Now, we do see that this is having a different effect depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first with talking about the energy that is in solitude. And the energy in solitude has effectively been moving through what I've been describing as world lessons. And the reason we're calling them world lessons right now is we see a lot of the messages that we identify in the world card of the tarot to be significant in terms of what those relationships are going through. Specifically, and again, it feels very apropos. It feels very apropos for the fact that we're going through Pisces season because, a lot of the work that we see with the world card is feeling that point of energetic stabilization, even in the context of a lot going on, right? You get a lot of that momentum, you feel a lot of that overwhelm, but being able to just effectively take consistent, steady, metered approaches to things, because I feel like the word metered is important, is how everything gets accomplished, right? And it's almost like I know how difficult it is, because especially with the energy that we're feeling, I would not be surprised if you tell me like you feel like you don't have a minute to yourself, or you feel like everything's coming at one all at once. But that's why, again, when we're effectively able to just kind of work into that context, just taking like metered approaches to things, or just allowing the context of one thing after another is how everything gets accomplished. I got to tell you, if you're doing that right now in energy like this, good job. Good job. Because it's not easy. And that's why I'm also really happy about that too, because with all of the planets that we have in Aries, I've been saying, I feel like this is very healing right now to the way we perceive Aries, because I feel like there's this profound misconception of Aries energy in being warlike. And Aries energy has never been further from warlike. The difference between warlike and warrior energy is that often warlike energy is not strong, right? Warlike energy looks for things to test their strength against. Whereas when one is in warrior energy, one is a steward of the strength, right? Often you see warriors that are trying to find elegance, right? They're trying to learn delicacy, because it's like when you're already strong, you're not trying to be stronger. You're trying to learn how to mitigate that strength with a sense of care. And so that's what we see that a lot of the relationships are doing right now, potentially working through healing from experiences in the past by way of understanding the difference between, right, the concept of what's nice in theory versus what's real in practice, right? And I want to point this out, that the reason that we see that that's happening right now is for a lot of these relationships, if there's energy in solitude, it's almost like I'm picking up some kind of observation of understanding that there's energy that likes that likes relationship in theory, right? Like what do we mean by someone who likes relationship in theory, right? They like the fantasy of a relationship because everything feels good in here, but not actually being able to embody the work it takes to be able to actually navigate what it actually feels like to be within one. And this is the transfiguration that we often see that occurs in the space of a manifestation that becomes actual, right? You have to be ready for the difference between like what it feels like in here, because the brain is really bad at storing the context of pain versus what it actually feels like to be experiencing it. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that is how they're healing. But it might be painful because they may be looking back at past experiences by which they see an energetic connection that was more enamored with the fantasy of a relationship and not being able to observe what it actually like, but not being able to actually enjoy or find the delight in what it actually feels to have one, right? And so that's where we see the energy that is either in solitude. Now, for the energy that's coming together right now, right? This is why we keep on getting emotion as shield, right? Because these are a lot of the energies, and we're going to continue to see this as Uranus is moving out of Taurus and into Gemini, right? The lesson that we see with Uranus and Taurus is the only way to find a new comfort zone is by having the strength it takes to step out of one, right? The uncomfortability, the uncomfortability of stepping out of a comfort zone that allows for a deepening of a comfort zone, right? It's like the comfortability paradox. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that may be leading first with the emotions, right? Trying to be more authentic, trying to be more emotionally available to new relationships, even through the vulnerability, but recognizing that that is how we find the relationships by which it is safe to be our authentic self, right? It sounds so, and again, it sounds so easy. It sounds so easy to say, but so difficult to embody. And that brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into union. Now the energy moving deeper into union, we're talking about those moon partnerships, which are coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon, which we experienced around January 18th of this year, up until Uranus first stationing retrograde, which was back in September, around September 6th. These relationships are going through a profound healing journey, and it's very fast. And the best way I can describe it, I'm going to keep on walking you guys through this, and it's interesting because it was taking me a while to try to figure out what was going on in those relationships, because for a lot of those relationships, what we were effectively seeing is if these were relationships by which the energy coming into partnership may have always felt that they could not find a relationship that had the strength to navigate the purpose that they were bringing into the relationship. And I keep on seeing some kind of pattern that they were experiencing by which every time they went into a relationship, right, the same thing that drew someone towards another person, right, the purpose that another person articulated they were enamored by, that then effectively switched while they were in the relationship and another person was trying to say was devastating the partnership. I just keep on seeing that these are relationships that they're having a profound union moment because they're recognizing a relationship by which their purpose is not being perceived as third party, right? It's part and parcel for the relationship. There's enough space to be able to contain the entirety of that relationship. And I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy that is doing that work, it feels profound, right? The understanding that there was nothing wrong with having a purpose in the first place. They just needed to find a relationship that was strong enough to hold it in that way. But at the same time, it's changing their own perception on the past in the experience of finding it, because they're looking back at what they used to consider a failure point of themselves, and instead they're seeing a lack of integrity in some of those relationships. Because what is a lack of integrity? It's when our yeses don't stay yeses and our no's don't stay no's. So I feel like it's interesting because every time I see that, I feel like I see a lot of feelings coming up and immediately resolved, right? All the feelings from the past coming up immediately resolved in the present context. So we've got a lot of that back and forth that's occurring there. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within union. And these are effectively the temperance relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus going retrograde up until the solstice period of this summer. And for a lot of these relationships, what we are effectively identifying or seeing has to do with a deep observation in terms of what feels energetically practical, what they themselves are able to effectively maintain, versus, and I want to keep on describing this, a force of intention that is met with equal parts determination and a sense of patience. There's a little bit of this steady as they go mentality that we're seeing in some of these partnerships, and something about that that is very important has a lot to do with the energy being able to understand and recognize how they themselves are getting stronger. And it's not surprising to see that, because these temperance relationships are recognize that everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. So they're being, right, they're being very patient with themselves as they get stronger in doing something. And they're being very conscientious about what it feels like to share that strength with others, right? And so it feels like there's a little bit of that, there's a little bit of those baby steps that are happening there, right? So it's almost like a little bit more of that incremental approaches, stepping outside of the comfort zone, right? A little bit of that same work that we were articulating that allows us to be able to energetically diversify, which is what we're probably going to see in a big way, both as we navigate this new moon and as we navigate the transit of Uranus into Gemini, because that's important. Like, we're going to talk about that, and that's coming up shortly. But we also see the fact that Uranus is like moving ever closer to the cusp of that shift. Now, that's where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening this week. I'd like to invite you to join us on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Cup Suite. We will be studying, we are going to be studying the history of those cards, the symbology of those cards. We're going to be working through spread applications, how to read those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that will help you channel the messages of the Cup Suite in your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become part of that tarot class program, is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have experienced prior to beginning those classes, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically. I'm going to be releasing one today on navigating that new moon that we have coming up tomorrow. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings. If you purchase a dream interpretation reading package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will utilize that journal and we will be building off of that journal and utilizing the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. It's going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Also, if you get on the list right now, the first person on the list will always have an additional card in your reading, so that is also available. If you are on the list, if you're on the hold list, please let me know if you want to get off the hold list, what date you were put on the hold list, and I'd be happy to add you back on as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also doing 2 different giveaways today. The first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway at 50K likes, so make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. How you doing today, Yessie? Welcome, Preciosa. Beautiful name. How you doing today, David? Also, just a reminder, anyone who is joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Alexandra, thank you for all of those likes. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. And Nonbinary, thank you for the likes as well. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, Eros? Good to see you. And welcome as well to, hold on a minute. How you doing today, Lily? Thank you for those heart knees, Ivana. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart knees if you're joining us on the clock app, if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. And Grand Rising, Nonbinary, good to see you as well. How you doing today? Purr, good to see you. Warren, so if you'd like to have a reading, all you need to do is send the donation, and I'll be happy to add you to the list. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Excellent. How are you doing today, Denise? Good to see you as well, and thank you for those heart knees, Purr. I appreciate you. As I mentioned, friends, top of the morning, Siobhan. Oh, yes. You are in the spirit. Is today St. Patrick's Day? We're going to get started on the daily collective read. If you want to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. Excellent. If you'd like to get on the list, that's great. You'll be able to secure that first spot. Okay. If you're going to be, but you know how it works here. If you get on the list and you need to step away, okay, it's tomorrow. Thank you, Siobhan. If you want to get on the list and you need to step away, you're still on the list. You just need to let me know when you come back. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Thank you, Per, for being the first person on the list today. You will have that additional card. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the second person read for. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on our daily collective read right now. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 16th, 2026. We are going to be beginning our day today with a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to be starting our reading today in the headspace of masculine. We are going to be utilizing... I am feeling inclined today to utilize the Game of Thrones Tarot for the headspace of masculine. Can I please get, whoa. You know, I just got to point out, as we get closer and closer to this Pisces new moon energy, it's like the cards are all over the place. I was having this issue the last time I read, right? The cards were flying all over the place. We're starting right now with the 8 of Swords in its upright. That one was on the floor, so we're going to talk a little bit about that because there's extra emphasis on that 8 of Swords energy. Can I get 2 more, please? Thank you. We've also got here the Hanged Man in its reversal, as well as the World card. These are some heavy cards in the headspace of masculine. And we're gonna work through it here for a minute because this is a continuation of what we've been talking about in relationality to what it means to be strong. And it has to do, and I just want to show you these cards in combination, right? Because it's the observation or the understanding of the difference between guarded, right? Between guarded versus garden, right? Between guarded versus garden, between the space by which we feel energetically guarded versus what it feels like to open up about things, right? And this is what happens. I'm going to continue to say this. There's this like massive misconception on what stoicism means, which is like, again, stoicism does not mean turning to stone. It means the observation of being able to feel comfortable in one's own sense of the self, right? The observation of coming into authenticity is what we identify as security, right? And when we feel energetically secure, then we feel confident and we feel strong as it relates to how we articulate upon things. The work that we do that often shapes our own conscientious condition or perception of the self. So we see that here to a large degree. And I feel like for a lot of the masculine working through this, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, it can often, and I want to describe this as the observation of what it feels like to open up that sometimes can feel energetically eviscerating, right? Like that's why I felt called to use these cards right now, because this is a very intense hangman energy. Okay, like this is very intense. But that's often what it feels like when we're not used to it, right? And what happens is, and I want to describe this, this is why it's so important to understand that the work of becoming vulnerable, stronger, is navigating through our own discomfort, right? And that doesn't mean that we contort ourselves to the space by which we're completely open about everything, but we're energetically proportional in relationality to how we feel about things, right? The sound of getting stronger, right? The true strength is almost like seeking out discomfort and saying a little discomfort every day. Like not too much, right? Not trying to not like throwing yourself into discomfort, but not avoiding it at all costs, right? Because it's that discomfort where strength exists. So we see that that's a lot of the energy of masculine that's working upon getting comfortable in the discomfort zone, right? And that's but an understanding not so far, right? Like not so far that one does not recognize the self, right? But in the space by which one is able to effectively navigate that conversation. So there's a lot of that energy there, and I keep on seeing it's painful because, and we often kind of need to recognize this, that the work that we do to heal is often articulated on navigating when we weren't as comfortable with the present self as the past self, right? This is what we talk about in relationality to maturation processes. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And for feminine energy, we are going to be utilizing I'm feeling inclined to utilize the Tarot of the Divine right now for feminine energy. Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Queen of Swords in its reversal, the Queen of Wands in its upright. Oh my goodness, double queen. And the Two of Cups. I like seeing this energy here because, and I need to point this out, right? This is what we identify, right? It's almost like I'm almost picking up on like the beauty of generosity that heals us from the toxicity of comparison, right? Comparison's a garrison. I'm going to keep on saying this. Comparison's a garrison, right? Because, and the reason I like to point that out is, have you ever noticed the tendency of someone to compare you to someone that they don't even know, right? Have you ever noticed that? I feel like this is often, there's something very important about that, right? And I want to stress this, which is working through, right? The observation of the divisiveness that's often brought towards feminine in the space or in the place by which the feminine compares themselves to anything or anyone, right? Because when one is so busy comparing oneself to anything and everyone, never more have you forgotten how exquisite you are, right? So we see that that's a lot of the energy. And I almost feel like I feel like this is almost like feminine giving themselves a hug to a certain extent, because it's that observation of working through circumstances or situations, which is the identification of feminine, seeing emotions as the act of being held, right? And when we're holding ourselves properly, we're giving compassion to ourselves in the best way possible. And it's amazing because it helps you see, right? It helps you see how whether others do so the same, or if they're not, or if they're in a space by which they're not holding themselves with that same level of energetic care. And so I feel like it's interesting because especially with this Queen of Swords and the Queen of Wands in its reversal, with the Queen of Wands in its upright and the Two of Cups, this often speaks to us, right? This often is the conversation that we build into as it relates to, I keep on getting healthy enmeshment is what I keep on getting. And why am I getting something about healthy enmeshment? Because healthy enmeshment is the observation of building into something in a way that allows one to become energetically stronger, but not into the space, but not within the space, but by which one forgets oneself entirely, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting, I feel like there's something I feel like there's something very significant about that, because the work that we effectively identify and recognize is the energetic love that unifies, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that love is not demanding, right? And what do we mean by the fact that love isn't demanding? Which is like the space by which love does not demand an audience. And often, but here's the thing about it, when we are not healed, right? We often are experiencing situations by which we're not experiencing love. And we get so obsessed, like one gets so obsessed with saying, why is it happening? To recognize that, like, it's not a question as to why, it's just observing whether it is, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the inner child healing that I see that feminine is going through, right? Potentially holding space for the experience by which, right, they effectively remained in like remaining in spaces by which one is not energetically appreciated, right? Asking questions instead of following energetic, like instead of following energetic directions, right? Because the space by which, right, and I keep on getting this, like the space by which when we take our why and we shift it, it becomes an arrow, right? And the reason it becomes an arrow is because it points us in the direction of where the love goes, right? Which is like being like, why? Oh, wait, that way, right? It's the observation of it, just not getting confounded in questions, but rather allowing the space of observation to fortify energetic direction. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that like I keep on hearing, is working through situations patiently, right? Patiently and presently, but even in that context, helping, right? Helping to energetically see what feels stabilizing versus what feels destabilizing is what I keep on getting. And I think that that's really important, because that's also, and this is a little bit more of that Uranus we talked about in Taurus, right? The observation of not harboring feelings, but articulating upon how one feels in order to get one's needs met. Now, this brings us to non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, we are going to be utilizing, I'm feeling inclined to use the Nouveau Tarot. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards. Let's see here. We've got the Fool card in its upright. I like seeing this with all of the Aries energy we've got right now, or all the planets in Aries currently. Oh, we got a King of Cups, a Fool and a King of Cups. We're going to be talking about this card this week in tarot class. And this is very similar to the feminine read, and the 6 of Cups in its reversal. I feel like what we're seeing here is feminine's thinking about these concepts personally. Non-binary is thinking about these concepts universally. And the reason I keep on seeing that is it's working into, right? It's working into the context of understanding what a distraction divisiveness is, right? Never has, have you ever noticed how distracting polarization is, right? That divisiveness and polarization is the is a massive distraction from what's energetically important. Because when we, and I like to point this out, when we suffer over the details of difference, right? When we suffer over the details of difference versus being able to observe what is energetically unifying, then we lose sight of what is energetically important, is all I keep on seeing, right? And it's very much the same message that was coming through in the last reading we did, which is understanding. I keep on seeing the difference. Many bridges, same values, right? And it has to do with the context of understanding the quality of belief versus value. And this is what's so important about that, because when we understand the difference between beliefs and values, then we make room to be able to understand that we can have enough space for everybody's own beliefs, right? Because when you think about values as a destination, right, the place that you're trying to go, then you understand that there can be many different bridges, right? When our belief are bridges, and we've got many different bridges that lead us to the same value, and we stop arguing, right? When you recognize that, you stop arguing upon what bridge you're on, and more concentrate on whether the value that you're moving towards is energetically unified. So I feel like this is a lot of the work that I see that's occurring in those experiences, right? The observation of basically being able to articulate upon a unique belief that brings one to a unified value. And the observation that when we're able to do that work and identify it, then the space of belief in itself becomes unifying, because it's the understanding of the beauty, right? And remember when I talked about the enmeshment, right? The beautiful mesh by which we build into energetic values that allow variation. But even in the space by which there's variation, there's also energetic celebration. So we see that that's a lot of the work that is happening there. And even in the observation of that, potentially working through, right? Working through the differences, or working through different points of view, right? Working through different points of view, but trying to identify similar energetic values. Now, this brings us to the energy that's back in solitude. Can I get 3 cards for the energy that's in for the masculine energy right now that's working through a lot of this? And the reason I said solitude when I was reading into masculine energy right now has a lot to do with this 8 of Swords energy, right? Because this 8 of Swords energy, and I just want to point this out, this 8 of Swords energy that is currently being experienced, if you're feeling a little bit more solitude, like solemn, or a little bit more in isolation than typically, I just need to remind you something very big happened over the last few days, and that was the fact that Jupiter came out of retrograde in Cancer. And the thing that I keep on trying to articulate to others is that Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde is actually, this is just to show you that like being in retrograde isn't necessarily detrimental. It can sometimes be helpful. Jupiter coming out of retrograde in Cancer can feel really vulnerable, really vulnerable really fast, right? It's a lot of that type of energy, right? It's like feelings check. It's like feelings check. Can I please get 3 cards? Heart space of masculine, please. And we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine for the heart space of masculine right now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Page of Cups energy. I'm not surprised to see that there. Temperance card in its reversal. And the Chariot in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about that energy, right? And the way I want to describe it is, the thing we're seeing there is, and this is like, whenever I need to point this out, whenever I see Page of Cups, in masculine energy, it can often indicate inner child healing, right? This is a lot of inner child healing here. And let me walk through why it's inner child healing. It's inner child healing because, and you've heard me say this before, inner child healing is not about healing from something that happened to you in childhood. Okay, gotta get over this. Okay, gotta get over this. Inner child healing is not about healing just the sense of self in childhood. Inner child healing starts with healing the version of the self that thought they knew everything. Okay, it is the version of the self that was completely confident about the fact that there was nothing under the sun left to be known. Okay, it's the observation of being like, I'm done, I'm good, right? They were not done, they were not good, right? Because it's that like the confidence of earmuffs, right? The confidence of earmuffs by which one feels like you won't stand to hear or listen to anything, right? It's like la 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 la. It's just like, and then as one gets older, you see this in others, and you're like, oh Lord, is that what I look like? Yes. Yeah. Look at that! Look at that person! Look at that person just marching around, completely confident that they have figured out everything, right? Because when you're intelligent, you recognize that there's always more to learn, right? And this is why we talk about, this is why we talk about the journey. This is why we talk about the journey of the self, is understanding that love is a very patient teacher, right? And why do we talk about the fact that love is a patient teacher? Because the space by which we understand the space by which we understand love is often the space by which another person is like, yeah, like I it's fine, I know everything, and being like, you just. But that's also what's beautiful about it, right? Because when we recognize that quality, and characteristic, right? And that's why we build into like the most beautiful gift that we have within each other is the desire for inquiry, right? And the reason we talk about the desire for inquiry is because it's often working into the energetic uniqueness by which we approach things. And the hard part about that is, I do feel like, I wouldn't be surprised, and I just want to point this out. I feel like, to a certain extent, Jupiter in Cancer can feel a little bit more energetically isolating for masculine energy, to a certain extent, because it's the conversation about how hard it is to go on a healing journey. Because, and I like to point this out, the space by which masculine is healing from a false concept of masculine that tried to articulate that in order to be masculine, one had to effectively become stone or shed emotions, right? That does not prepare us for the world, right? Because when you say, oh, and this is what we often go through with Aquarian lessons, because often those with Aquarian placements have to recognize this, right? What are those for? Oh, I don't know. I've never figured out what those are for. Just get rid of them, right? Like that's it. When we understand that everything is a gift, then we're not inclined to just turn things off, because we need them. And the hard thing about it is, when one works through the space of, like, nothing is more dangerous than learning how to disassociate from one's emotions. Because when you think about your emotions, right? When you think about emotions as effective, like, health detectors, right? The health detectors of the self, then you understand that there's no shutting them off. You're just either paying attention to them or you're not. And when you're not paying attention to your emotions, what happens? They creep into everything. They end up showing up in at times that feel least opportune, right? When one least expects it, right? And then they feel like they often get one's own way. But that's why when we're effectively able to navigate into the space of feeling energetically stronger, then it's the observation of being able to effectively feel the things we do, even if they're uncomfortable, that'll then allow us to feel comfort in our discomfiture. And the only way we do that is if we allow ourselves to feel those things. So I feel like it's hard because I almost got a lot of energy that feels like they're playing catch up, is what I keep on seeing, right? The observation of working through the energetic wound by which one is trying to teach oneself something, but then also feeling very much in solitude as one does, specifically and particularly because of the shape and nature of the world around the self that makes it difficult to feel energetically supported as one does it. So there's a lot of that emotionality there, but I also see that for a lot of the energy doing that, it feels like catharsis in the best way possible. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And for feminine energy, we're going to be utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot. Can I get 3 cards for the heart space of feminine? Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. All right, we've got a little bit of a jam up in the heart space here for feminine because we've got 2 cards dropping. This was happening. I need to point this out. So make sure that you take a look at the last reading we did, the last masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update, because we had the same thing happening in the feminine. It was happening in masculine and non-binary energy before. We've got the the 8 of Wands in its upright. We've got the Queen of Swords in its reversal. Holy moly! All right, sorry. We've got double Queen. I just want to show you guys. We've got double Queen of Swords in its reversal in this space here. So that's a lot of energy there, and we also have we've also got the Queen of Coins in its reversal. Wow, that's a lot of queens. It's a lot of queen energy. It's fine. We're gonna get through it. It's a lot of queen, but this is the that's a lot of queens. That's a lot of queens. I don't mind it though, because here's the thing about it, right? Like it says to me that this is what we're talking about with feminine energy, which is yes, queen energy, right? And I want to point this out. What is yes queen energy? Yes queen energy is when we love to see a strong feminine. And this is often happens, right? Like this is what we build into. Like when we're healthy with ourselves and we see a feminine being their most feminine, the only sound you should hear is yes queen, right? It's like queen supporting queens kind of energy. I like that here and that's what I like with the Queen of Swords being in its reversal to a certain extent, because it works into, right? It works into the energetic delight that we have when we're confident in ourselves, right? When we're confident in ourselves, we adopt yes queen attitude because it's a modality by which, and it's not necessarily a feminine thing. I mean, like we're gonna get to it, like non-binary understands that. I mean, it's the understanding, right? And it's like it's universal. It's like it's the understanding that one feels when one loves to see someone fully embodying themselves, right? The modality of the energetic confidence that we bring to situations by which it feels, right? It feels like that energetic encouragement point, right? And I think it's interesting because remember how I said, like, and you can go ahead and take a look at the spread when I post it, especially with that 2 of Cups there. We've got all of this. I want to just show you this. We've got a center spread, right? We've got a center spread by which we understand and recognize all of that energy, right? Like all of that work by which we observe, and even in the context by which we energetically observe it, right? I feel like that's what I meant, because when we hug ourselves, right? And this is what we talk about, when we love ourselves, then we love to see others loving themselves too, right? We don't feel insecure about it. We rejoice in it. So I feel like that's something very beautiful that we're observing in the heart space of feminine. And that's a lot of the feminine that is potentially, right? And this is like, I keep on hearing, this is feminine healing from the detested look at them. right? This is feminine healing from the detestable look at them. And what is the detestable look at them? Like when somebody's sitting, like when somebody's I keep wondering, when someone's stewing in their insecurity and they see another person exuding confidence, right? Like what is the energetic stew that you often notice, which is look at them, which is the observation of seeing, like the observation of building into the state by which another person shows the shape of their heart. Because instead of feeling, right, instead of feeling that delight and joy in another person being in the full observation of themselves, right? They work through the cruelty of their insecurity by articulating into, right? By articulating into energetic criticism, right? Or the space by which another person, like I keep on hearing the space by which another person points instead of embraces. Now this brings us to this brings us to a lot of the energy that we see, the unconscious of non-binary. Can I get 3 cards, please? And we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine for the heart space of non-binary right now. 2, yeah, 3. We've got here the moon card in its reversal, the 7 of coins in its upright, along with the hangman in its upright. Now, this is really important because this is a conversation on the significance and the importance of being able to articulate to another how one feels. And I think that it's interesting because, like, I feel like there's a lot of hermit energy in the heart space of non-binary, but for good reason, which is the observation of wanting to open up more, but identifying the space by which it feels safe to do so, right? This energy's been hurt before. This energy has been hurt before. And I keep on seeing the reason. And I want to point out we've got double hangman energy here. So now we've got connection points both to the feminine spread and also to the masculine spread. But the hangman here is in its upright, which says good reason, like good reason to feel energetically careful with their hearts. This is energy that wishes that they could go around more with an open heart. But the hard part is, like, remember that harshness that we identified specifically, like specifically between both masculine and feminine space, right? What is the harshness that one often experiences from masculine energy? The harshness that one experiences from masculine energy is someone who wants to project their feelings of insecurity out on someone, right? So literally feeling actively triggered in the space of seeing another person vulnerable, that articulates their own projection of the fear that they feel about the vulnerability within the self. Often experiencing from feminine, from the harshness by which another person is energetically insecure, right? And in the insecurity of the self builds into the context of recognizing or identifying not the self that energetically embraces, but the self that energetically points. So we see that for a lot of the energy, doing that work or utilizing upon those experiences, this is the energy that often works, right? That often works in holding themselves energetically carefully. But the reason that I see that they hold themselves energetically carefully is because they're constantly going through the energetic process of weighing the intentions of another coming towards them. So we see that that is a lot of that. I keep on getting that patience and calibration that they themselves work to heal as they navigate, right, their own feelings, right? Even in the space by which they navigate their feelings, they understand the source of them. So it's not so easy, right? I keep on hearing some trauma is not to be shed. Some trauma informs us, right? And that's what's important about it. Like it feels a lot like that work that we often see in Chiron there. Now, continuing into the unconscious of masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got the High Priestess in its reversal. We've got the Emperor in its upright. And we also have the Strength card in its upright. Now, these cards are very important because what we're effectively seeing, and I want to point this out, it is the different, masculine is healing, in terms of the difference between what energy actually likes versus energy that's insecure that tells someone that another likes, right? And this is why communication is literally the most important thing that we build into in the relationality of healing relationship, because I feel like masculine is finally recognizing that a good degree of the amount of insight that they feel that they've received about feminine energy has not come from feminine, but from masculine that tries to articulate saying, oh no, trust me, I know what feminine like why, like have you ever noticed the quality of articulating what another likes instead of asking, the lengths we will go to that show our lack of vulnerability in the space of articulating upon what another likes instead of just asking, right? Like the quality and assurance that you will see in an insecure self that will articulate that they know better what another person likes, which shows the fact that they themselves are too insecure to ask, right? It's the authority. It is the insecure, hearing the insecure authority, the insecure authority of someone who has never experienced something in their entire life. The insecure authority of someone who has never experienced something in their entire life is what I keep on getting. And so this is what is allowing the masculine to heal, which is why they feel like they have a right to be upset, right? The observation of understanding that quality and characteristic that allows one to do the hard work of actually understanding. For feminine, we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the Nouveau, unconscious. We've got here the Ace of Cups, big energy right now in feminine. The Seven of Swords, same exact message in its reversal. And the Page of Swords, it's the same exact message coming through feminine in different cards, right? The absolute authority of someone who has never experienced something in their life, right? And a lot of that having to do with the energy that has never, like the difference between, I feel like for masculine, it has to do with understanding the quality of counterpart. For feminine, it has to do with seeing joy, right? What happens when the absolute authority of someone who's never experienced something in their life, which is the space by which we point fingers at those experiencing joy because we ourselves have never experienced it, right? The observation of the negativity that often happens by which another person tries to build into, right? The unhealed quality of seeing joy and feeling and what does one say? How dare they have a right to be walking in here with that, right? Like the observation that when we're in a healthy space, that's why I kept on getting that yes queen energy, which is the space by which joy is generous, right? That's a nice thing about joy. There's enough for everybody, right? But when we ourselves are in a space of misery, how quickly it affects us to see joy around ourselves rather than coming into the context of building into the pathwork of healing. So I feel like that's a lot of the feminine energy that's going through inner child healing in modalities by which they were made to feel embarrassed or something about feeling energetically selfish in the space of embodying their joy, right? Why can't, like, joy on the journey? And the reason that's so important is because there's no manifestation goal on this planet where you will find joy. It's a BYOJ situation. So if you want to start to find your manifestation goals, you've got to get in the business of finding some joy along the journey. While for a non-binary, 3 cards, please. We're going to be utilizing the Game of Thrones tarot. We've got here the Page of Coins in its reversal, the Queen of Spears in its reversal, and the 7 of Coins in its upright. Man, there's a lot of queen energy on the table. I don't mind it. And the thing about it though, and this is why this exact situation is why I see a lot of that non-binary energy that works on protecting their heart space. Their joy is their healing, right? And the observation of making choices that they knew were best for them. The problem with navigating through a trauma space is, what is the song you will hear as you're moving towards what you know is best for you? You're being very selfish right now, right? The observation of the quality that when we understand that joy is abundant and joy is generous, then when we are moving through situations and we're bringing joy with us, and another person sees that joy as selfishness, then what they're asking us to do is be selfless, right? They're asking us to be energetically selfless towards a situation. And that's why I see that that is the energy that works through situations. They don't worry too much how other people feel, right? Because it's the observation I keep on hearing. Unhealed energy will articulate any story to make oneself feel better. But the true stories that we tell ourselves are often the ones by which we scrutinize ourselves in profound ways, right? Like, what's that journey look like? Constant scrutiny. Constant scrutiny, not just joy, but constant scrutiny, right? Constant joy, navigating, holding both those points as one moves, right? Joy and scrutiny. Joy for the self, scrutinizing that joy to make sure that it is proportional, right? Understanding and recognizing it's persistent work. It never stops, but that's why it's important. So I just keep on saying that a lot of that energy articulates and says to themselves that if they're carrying joy as they do things, right, and if they're constantly scrutinizing the self in relationality to the joy they carry and the joy that they're effectively trying to bring into the world, then how others receive that tells them more about them than it ever does about the self, but it still hurts, right? It still hurts to energetically observe. Bottom of the deck on these readings, masculine energy right now. We've got the Six of Cups in its reversal. And I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy that's doing the work to forgive themselves for experiences or situations in the past by which they did not love the self as fully as they energetically should, is the best way I can describe it. And what do I mean by that? There's an observation there by which we work to recognize what our own sense of proportionality is. And so for a lot of that Six of Cups in its reversal talks to us about the space by which we feel, right? This is a lot of energy that's trying to reclaim emotions and at the same time not feeling like they're losing their masculinity in the process. Because that is the fallacy of unhealthy energy, which is the modality of something that's toxic, is seeing something important and saying, you don't really need that, right? You don't really need that. It gets in the way, but it's not, because our emotions are not pesky energy. They're incredibly important because they point us in the directions that know that they're best for us. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean we follow them full tilt, right? We have to fortify the emotions as to why we feel the way we do. Because when we effectively look at our emotions with directions, then they become the stuff by which our dreams are made of. So that's a lot of the energy that's working in terms of healing their relationship to their emotions, because that allows the ability of not just having a dream, but a dream that is energetically shared in the expressing of it to another person. For feminine energy right now, utilizing the Tarot of the Divine, the Seven of Cups, right? Often feeling pulled. The thing with this Pisces energy right now is often feeling pulled in many different directions. But when one recognizes the quality that everybody's feeling that way, you don't take it personally, you take it energetically profoundly. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working on a sense of patience with themselves and patience with the energy around the self. Because I keep on seeing that that is how we plant seeds. And the observation of understanding that manifestations can be occurring, but sometimes we have to let go of the timeline or the way that we expect it, right? That is the energy that effectively puts that's the context by which you say to the self, right? You're not waiting on anything. You're being energetically inevitable towards your manifestation goals, which says a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere is how we effectively get somewhere. For non-binary energy, utilizing the Tarot, the Nouveau Tarot, we've got the Eight of Cups in its upright. And I like to see the Eight of Cups there because the Eight of Cups in its upright talks to us about the validation point in relationality to working through the context of what feels energetically supportive. I feel like for a lot of the energy that does that work, recognizing and identifying the quality and condition by which they themselves apply to things I keep on seeing this is energy that has healed from feeling the need to energetically prove themselves, is what I keep on seeing. And why are they healing from the need to prove the self? Because when one is in the space, right? When one is in the space by which another feels like one needs to prove the self, you're usually in a trauma environment, right? It's the observation. It's the observation of understanding that what we are doing defies, I keep wondering, when we're doing something qualitatively, the necessity to feel like one needs to prove it becomes non-necessary, right? It's not the space by which you stress about it, because that's where purpose lies, right? And so this is a lot of the energy that is used to other people potentially feeling like seeing them effectively move and being like, what are you doing? I'm fulfilling my purpose. I'm fulfilling my purpose, right? The observation, and I want to point this out, purpose is sometimes confounding, right? Especially when we articulate upon the fact, the reason that purpose is confounding is because it articulates upon the nature that we care about things. And that observation, right? That delineation in being able to energetically articulate upon what feels like it's energetically necessary, the shape by which we do that, I feel like that is often the space by which when energy feels, I keep on seeing this, like when energy feels the space by which another person articulates, like I keep on hearing when they hear prove it, they move it, right? When they hear prove it, they move it, which is the space by which one says that when we care about things, right, we don't demand proof from them. We operate in a space of energetic gratitude. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often works through experiences or circumstances by which when they feel like someone, the difference between someone coming towards them authentically versus testily is the space by which another person works to understand versus the space by which another person, right, like feels like they come towards them because they haven't worked something out within. And that's why I keep on getting the fact that the energy often articulates that they're energetically guarded for reasons, right? The trauma they carry, but not in the space by which they let it go, but the fact that it energetically informs them in relationality to what they have to be careful about or careful for. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily. I mean, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class. Our next class is this Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the cup cards in the court cards in the cup suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning the next class, that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to, if you become a founding member, over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to a discount on the full year's worth of readings, and if you choose to have one, a complimentary mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles. I'm going to be releasing one today on navigating that new moon energy that we have coming up tomorrow. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Alexandra. Oh, you actually got on the list, Alexandra. Avatar, you've got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much. And Siobhan, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would care to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. And thank you again, Nonbinary, for those likes. I appreciate you. And thank you as well. As I mentioned, Ren, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. And Grand Rising Row, good to see you today. Excellent. I've got you on the list, Per. Thank you for getting on the list. Excellent. I've got you on as well, Siobhan. Thank you as well for sharing the live, and thank you as well. Thank you as well, Witchy, for the follow as well. How are you doing today, Avatar? Good to see you. And Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you as well. I know, I like all of this feminine energy there as well. There's a lot of this positivity that we're effectively seeing here. And one of the things that I like about this as well is the observation and recognizing and identifying. And I was kind of excited to see this coming up to a certain extent as well, particularly in relationality to working through the Aries energy. I just need to stress this. It's very positive to see all of this feminine energy in this particular spread, because what we're effectively observing is happening there. This is a continuation of what I meant in relationality to this effectively helping to heal that energy and that energetically, because it's working through the context of being able to embrace the emotions and not feeling overwhelmed by them, nor feeling energetically devastated by them, if that makes sense. I know, can you believe all of the queens in this reading right now, Valentina? It's absolutely wild. And thank you for sharing the live, Em. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good to see the UMZ. Thank you as well for sharing the live as well, Nicole. And Avatar, thank you so much for those gifts as well. Noah, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Looking forward to our reading, Avatar. Thank you for those gifts. Resonating, thank you as well, Siobhan. Absolutely. Yep, thank you. Thank you for letting me know about that, Ella. I tried to move it for you. Appreciate it. I'm glad that that makes it easier. Diane, thank you for sharing the live as well. And Alexandra, thank you for getting on the list. I've got you on as well. And oh, you've got your mom's a Pisces. How are they doing right now? I'm a little bit concerned right now for those with Pisces placements. And I was just kind of talking about this because one of the things that we see that's occurring right now with this type of energy is, and we often see this with those with Piscean placements, going through those experiences or those observations, potentially sometimes when we've got a lot of planets moving out of Pisces during Pisces season, it can bring up a lot of abandonment wounds, right? So just being able to work through that and recognize it, but allowing it to effectively stabilize is really important. And Molly, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Timo Sana. Grand Rising, Julia. And thank you for sharing the live, Valentina. I appreciate you. I'm a Pisces moon. It's been tough. No, I understand that right now, Zenny. So I feel like, one of the things I would encourage right now, if you're a Pisces that's feeling this energy, is make sure that you're writing down like path of progress. Write down how far you've come, write down what those plans are. I feel like, honestly, I feel like some of the fortification on this right now is bringing a little bit of that Capricorn energy into things, which is just allowing oneself to do things in a very, like I keep on hearing, in like a very like specific way, right? Just kind of observing what you're working to change, how far you've come. Like it's going to kind of help with any of those feelings that might be coming up. And we often see this, right? Like um, double Cancer moons and double Pisces moons can do a lot of work on the feelings. So we just want to be out observing that. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be returned back to the list, all you need to do is post. Just let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list as well. First person that we are reading for today is going to be Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Per's question, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to take a moment and thank you so much, Wandering, for the follow. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, it is an absolutely lovely time to get on the list right now. You will be the 3rd person read for. Second call right now for Per. I know Per said that they had to step away for a bit of time. So if Per has not returned back, we are going to, and thank you so much for getting on the list, Stella. You will be the 4th person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. She did have to step away, Ella. So if Per is not here, we're going to move on to Alexandra. Alexandra, I believe I saw that you posted your question on the disco. Just a reminder to anybody who's joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. So I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as we were reading that. Hi there, Yanette. So for one question, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And you can find the link in my bio. And also just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps as well. You can also get on the list via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio too. Good to see you, dear. Welcome. And thank you for asking. All right. Is this, and Denise, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Stella. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. Oh, okay. Is this out? So is this a dream reading? Yep. I know the dream space has been a little wild right now. I wouldn't be surprised with it, with all of this Aries energy that we've got going on. It's not. Okay. And is this inside tea or outside tea? Outside tea is fine. Thank you for letting me know. All right, perfect. And I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. Okay. After witnessing how my managers handle workplace and employees the last couple of months, I find myself feeling misaligned working here. I'm the type of person to initiate changes when I see injustices and inefficiencies, and I feel this space does not offer me room to grow or to do that because of the type of managers that I have. They seem adamant of having things their way, including what vibe is celebrated and passively removing isn't. I vowed not to be complacent, yet I feel going against the grain will cost me more than my job. I would love insight into my purpose and work and career so that it can help me make moves towards what brings me more fulfillment. I got you, dear. Where'd my sheet go? I just feel like I'm losing my sheet. I want to put a sheet down on these cards. It's all right. I'm just going to move them up a bit. Hold on a minute. Thank you. All right. Can I please get, woo! Wow, I got you. Okay. Yeah. Hold on, one more, please. Okay, hold on. I'm being called to get another deck. Yeah. Oh my good. Okay, fine. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. So something I'm seeing that feels really important. And some of it that's coming through feels strongly connected to one of your guides. Okay? And I feel like it's interesting. I don't know why I keep on hearing midheaven in detriment on something, but like it feels to me like one of your guides is articulating the fact that you've got some kind of midheaven in detriment placement. And the thing about it is, and when the best way I can describe why I'm seeing something that feels like a midheaven in detriment situation is like it's having to go through something energetically difficult to get on the other side of it. And what's hard about this is it feels very similar to something that you previously experienced, right? And a lot of that, like, and a lot of it, and the best way I can describe what I'm seeing here is the only way to change an energetic environment is if you're if you're within it, is what I keep on getting. Right? Now, I'm not saying, now, and I need to stress this because this is what's coming through. This is what is coming through in relationality to that guide energy, right? Because it basically says that a lot of the work, like it says to me, like the reason that you keep on being put in positions like this is to help you use your energetic discernment, is what I keep on getting. And the energetic discernment is being able to recognize the way that something is because someone desires it to be that way, or what another person can articulate as something that feels refreshing, right? I keep on hearing in need, like the word, it's interesting, I keep on hearing in need of refreshment is the modality by which another person, that's the real like, game changer. Hold on a minute. And that's the, it's, that's funny. I also want to point out what's wild about that is like my computer like literally went off of mute, right? Did you even see? Did you hear the message that came through? Right? That the message that came through even as I was articulating that was absolutely wild because it felt so apropos to what we're speaking upon. But that's exactly what I mean. So thank you. In relationality to the observation of the work that we do for one another, which is the observation of being able to identify what feels like refreshing change, or the modality by which we ourselves can see a desire for something to change, right? And that the only way, okay, the only way you can determine if another person is invested in working to do something better is by being the person that brings it up, right? Now, I think that this is really important because, and this is what I mean about like, it's interesting. It's interesting that your guide like asked me to specifically pull from this particular deck because when we don't like something, right? Like when we don't like something, we feel a strong inclination to depart from it, right? We feel that modality or that observation of wanting to leave with no explanation is what I keep on seeing. But I keep on getting when we energetically leave situations with no explanation, we don't give another person the ability or the capacity to energetically heal it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like, and they're referring to me, they're referring me back to some previous experience is what I keep on getting, right? Like the observation of working through, and I feel like this is what I meant in relationality to it, the observation of working through another person, and I keep on getting this in terms of this, because your authenticity, I just keep on, your authenticity is either something by which another person energetically delights in it, versus the space by which another person feels reactive or projects upon it. And so I feel like there's something really important there because I just keep on getting something in relationality to having that conversation of inquiry, right? Having that conversation of inquiry before before energetically departing or moving away from something, which is the observation of being able to say to another person, I keep on saying, I don't know, I keep on hearing, and it's funny too, like I keep on hearing the words, I can't shake the feeling, is what I keep on getting. Something about saying, I can't shake the feeling, which is the modality of being able to say to another person, is there something that you would like to speak to me about, right? Is there something that you would like to energetically address? Because that's often what we experience when we're navigating through another person's passive aggressiveness, right? Which is often the space by which we feel like there is something energetically missing right? And often in the space by which we articulate it, we give another person the ability to clear the air between us. So I think that there's almost something there, because I keep on seeing it's like it's working through, right? It's working through this energetic blockage point. And often, and that's a point, and that's often, like, I keep on seeing, and I don't know why, it's like your guide is articulating to me this, like, it's almost like this persistent, like, cold shoulder energy that you're getting. But and that's what I meant in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing it's not your cold shoulder, it's their cold shoulder, if that makes sense. And the reason I keep on hearing it's their cold shoulder is because, right, like, it's almost saying to me, like like someone like someone almost going through, um like someone almost going through some kind of, like somebody going through some kind of energetic insecurity in relation out. And that's what I mean, like, it's not the fact that you're effectively doing something, but your presence bringing the insecurity out in them. um I keep on, every time I read for you, I hear this song. Yeah, like, and it's saying, like, the hard part about it too, like, bottom of the deck on this, is, like, I keep on hearing, apply more kindness to this, like, apply kindness as necessary, is what I keep on hearing. And the reason I keep on getting, the reason, like, the reason I keep on hearing apply kindness as necessary is that, um I keep on hearing insecurity creates an insecurity cycle, right? Which is what happens with an insecurity cycle. Somebody's energetically insecure, and they give another person a cold shoulder, right? And then the other person goes, I don't know what's going on with them. All right, well, if they're going to be weird, I'm going to be weird. And now they're validated in what they feel energetically insecure over, right? Like, it is the insecurity echo chamber that another person creates, that becomes the self-fulfilling prophecy of the feeling that they feel inadequate, right? Which is like the space by which another person feels energetically insecure. And then in the span of their insecurity, right there they are in the span of their insecurity, acting weird. And then other energy starts acting weird to counteract their weirdness. And now they're like, why are they? No, they started the weirdness, right? So I keep on hearing apply kindness as necessary, which is the modality by which you kind of have to meet another person's weirdness with kindness and compassion, right? And I know how difficult that is, but that's what I meant. Like, that's what I meant in terms of potentially trying to work to clear the air before you make an energetic decision, which is potentially sitting down with someone and saying, is there something, right? Is there something that I've done that is bothering you? Or is there something that you energetically want to talk to me about? Because I can't shake the feeling that there's something else happening, right? So I keep wondering, make sure you have that air clearing conversations before you make a decision. Excellent. And I'm just going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep, thank you yep, I remember them saying that, Yaz. I just wanted to make sure to see if they were here. How you doing today, Call Me? It's been a minute. It's not just related to it. Yeah, I know how you feel with the work environment. No, I can see it. It's frustrating, is what I was observing. You know? Yeah. Yeah, Cancer midheaven. That's what I'm that would make a lot of sense. Because Cancer midheaven is like the discomfortability as something's changing. The only way to stay in a situation is to be the fourth of change, the force of change, which can sometimes feel energetically uncomfortable. Yeah. Oh, that's so frustrating. No, that's so frustrating to go through, Alexandra. It's not, it's hard to voice things and not feel like it's going to put me. No, I get that. Yep. But like, even I need to point this out. Like, I feel like I feel like that's what you're seeing, right? Like, it shouldn't, it shouldn't be the like, there shouldn't be the modality by which anybody should be articulating upon favoritism, right? And that might, like, that might be something that you need to speak to someone upon, right? Like, the ability of saying, like, how that might make others feel, you know? Yeah, perfect example of what I was talking about. Yeah, they acted cold and wouldn't say it. Yeah, I'm so tired. I get it. How are you doing today, Alexandria? No, it can definitely be tiring. Absolutely. No, I completely, again, and I want to articulate this by stating that this should always, like, this should not surpass what you feel you need to do in order to feel safe. Like, that's what I meant about, like, that's what I meant about the Cancer midheaven that was coming through, which is saying to ask yourself, is this a situation by which change is eagerly embraced? Like, someone that says your change is refreshing, versus the space by which another person says, I don't want to acknowledge that anything's wrong in the first place, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yes, I wanted to tell them, but even in the space by which you say you don't like the favoritism space, like potentially saying, I'm concerned about how it might make others feel, right? I'm concerned about how it might make others feel. I'm concerned it might give others the false impression, right? Like, being able to articulate something in the space of saying, I'd like to bring something to your attention to help you in terms of feedback, right? Yep. But again, that's that Cancer midheaven, which says, like, as long as you feel safe to do so, right? Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm doing well today, Alexandria. How are you doing? All right, the next person we are reading for today, second call to see if Per's back. If not, we're moving on to Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Hi there, Avatar. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And before we continue with our reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Yeah. I've got 2 here. Do we have 2? I've got 2 and a spirit third is what I'm picking up. Are we reading on all 3? Got it. Thank you for confirming. Okay. Yep. Do you know who the spirit cat is? Okay. 1, 2. Okay, hold on a minute. I can't keep. Fine, hold on a minute. Okay. The pushy. Sorry, you're funny. All right. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've got a little bit of a, I've got a, I mean, I think you know what's happening there. It feels to me like there's a little bit of a pushing shoving match in relationality to who gets to eat first, is what I'm getting. You know? Like this is like it's a little bit of a it's a little bit of a thing. And I keep on seeing the spirit cats trying to play referee on the whole thing, is what I keep on getting. I'm just going to give you, I'm just going to walk you through what I'm seeing here, because I see one guy, like, it's funny when it's called a guy, who's just like, you know, like, can't get enough, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on seeing somebody else who can't get in edgewise. Um, and the thing about it is, you know, I feel like potentially one of the, it feels like one of them is somewhat undernourished in relationality to that, because the thing is, I've got one that's more maternal, and I like to point this out. Maternal energy, like the best way I can describe this is what I'm seeing, and it's funny because like the spirit cat's giving me the information on it. Maternal energy always eats last, is the best way I can describe it. Maternal energy always eats last because they're so concerned, they're so concerned with the care of other energy, right? That they don't want to take something that another might need. So the problem is it's funny, I've got one that's gorgeous. Like it's like it's funny too, because like the spirit cat's describing one as gorgeous, which is the space by which they're gorgeous because they're eating first. Is they keep on they're gorgeous because gorgeous. I keep on getting gorgeous over here, who's eating first, is what I keep on hearing. Because they don't realize that this is happening, and it's funny too because it feels like the spirit cat. I don't know if it feels like I don't know why, but I keep on getting the spirit cat keeps on batting them when they're eating to try to like tell them, hey, like that's enough. Like I literally see them going like, hey, that's enough, gorgeous. Like they're calling them gorgeous. They're going, that's enough, gorgeous, which is them saying like the fact that they're trying to, like they have to be conscientious about it. Um, you know, this might be a situation, if this feels confirmed, you might have to separate the second cat so that they can eat. You need to put them in a different room, and they'll get used to it, is what I keep on hearing. Because the thing is, the other cat's too generous, right? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that energy here, and I keep on getting, like I keep on seeing this one energy being like, I'm fine. Get the smaller cat's mouth checked too, is what I'm seeing. I don't know what I'm seeing here too, but there's something about the food hurting their mouth, is what's coming through. So just be conscientious about that. Like, I don't know why I keep on getting someone trying to bite down on something. Like, there's a little bit of this, and it's funny too, because a lot of this is being shown to me through the spirit cat. Like, there were, it's not that it's confirmed, but the spirit cat is like showing me teeth, which is articulating the fact that they're saying they're not a doctor. They're not a doctor. That's why they asked for this card. They're not a doctor, but they're just all going off of what they can see because they watch them when they're eating. And I keep on seeing there's something about the way that they're biting that has them concerned that something might be going on in their mouth that they're not articulating about. So those are the two pieces that those are the things I keep on seeing. You got to separate these two when they eat, because, and it's funny too, because one of the spirit cats, I don't know the names of these cats, but they keep on talking towards one that they keep on identifying as gorgeous, but like gorge, like it's funny too, because in Italian, I'm only hearing it from Italian, but gordo, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're calling him gorgeous in like a funny way, because they're leaning on the gordo part of gorgeous, if that makes sense, right? Like, they're saying gorgeous over here. They keep on going gorgeous over here, who looks so great, because they keep eating and they're not realizing the fact that the other one is waiting for them to finish. And that's why I keep on seeing this. I literally see a spirit cat that keeps smacking. They keep on smacking gorgeous, is what I keep on getting. They're going like this, which is saying, you've had enough, is what I've been like. You get enough. And I see too, there is something about one of the pets liking to chase down food. I don't know if you've got any. I don't know if you've got anything. I don't know if you have anything that you can place in something that moves around, but you might want to look. You might want to look into that as well, is what I keep on seeing. Because I got one of these cats. It's really, really sedentary, and I got one that's very, very active. And I feel like in relationality to the spirit cat, I mean, like, you probably sense that the spirit cat's still around, is what I keep on seeing. Because, it's interesting too, because I don't know why they're showing me their eyes. Like, they were having an issue. Like, I don't know if we talked about this before, but they're showing me their eyes as if there was some kind of issue with them. And they just decided it would be easier. I keep on hearing them say it would be easier to see on the other side. Right? Like that. I always think it's interesting, because when I read for cat, like especially for cats, they don't really, like, whether they're terrestrial or not, they don't really care. They're like, I made the executive decision that'd be easier for me to see if I was on the other side. So I literally got an energy here that's still like, they're giving me a lot of this like guard duty energy, and I feel like they're doing a lot of, they're very invested in it. Almost feels like very parent-child, or very like in relationality to these other two, right? Like, I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing them say there's two of them, but there's three of us. Like, they're very aware of the fact that they feel like they're kind of an energetic family there, And I keep on, it's like I keep on hearing they're like there's like the two, and then I keep on hearing them say like that's like they're the silent one, is what I keep on seeing. Because I don't know why, I don't know if energy passed when they were very young, but like, it's interesting, because I'm almost getting the fact that like they see them as a sibling, but they see them as the silent sibling, is what I keep on getting, in terms of the fact that like they recognize them there. And that's what I said, in terms of sometimes getting like, I don't know if you ever see these cats like fighting with like an imaginary, like a cat, like it feels like they're chasing or something. They're saying to me that that's them like engaging with the spirit cat that's there, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you, but definitely get that one's, I keep on seeing, like, the spirit cat just keeps on articulating about getting that one's, like, check their mouth, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards. And it's really funny too, because like they wanted me to pull from that deck, and I was like, I can't pull from the deck. I was using it in the reading, and then it was funny too, because like the card that they pulled for themselves was the Hermit card, which I was like, oh, that's why you like that one. They're like, I like that one. This is how that spirit cat sees themselves, right? Which is just like they're there, right? You just can't see them. You can't see them, but they're still there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, no, I know. That's what I meant about, like, it feels to me like what I was getting from that, Alexandra, was like, you have to use your discernment as to whether the change is welcome or like how it will be received, you know? Probably bear. Little bear, yeah. That's their little sister that passed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Poquito started. Oh, Poquito. Well, that's where I was getting the gorgeous. Thank you. Moving through rooms when she eats, so I thought it was odd. Yeah. Oh, they won't eat hard food, so that's what I was getting with the teeth. She also snores a lot. Yeah. Leave some for the rest of us. This reading's great. Thank you, Gabrielle. I put beef broth in my cat's food. Add liquid, makes the food softer. Thank you. Oh, they did. They did. They were all born. Okay, so they were all born together. Okay, so they're all siblings. Got it. Okay. Well, that's what they're saying. They were articulating the fact that they're still there, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for confirming. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is seeing if Per is returned. If Per hasn't returned, the next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Stella's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. And thank you. You're so welcome, Alexandra. Okay. There's some sensitive information in this read, so I just need a moment to read over it. Oh, that's really kind of you to say, dear. I appreciate that. Can I please get yeah. Yeah, 4 cards, please. 3 cards. And one more. So the message I'm seeing that's coming through on this is, and the thing about it is, and I often see this um, in relationality to working through circumstances by which we're trying to cut cords. Um, the the way the work to do after one cuts a cord is making sure that it remains cut. And the best way I can describe that, the best way to reinforce a cord cutting is having one's hands filled with present, which is not trying to do the work in not overly concentrating upon it, is what I keep on seeing. And I love the fact that you articulated that you went through this experience and you had someone kind of guide you through it and you felt, right, you felt that modality by which you felt free. There are some things I feel like you can do to help solidify the nature of that. One, I want you to go into meditation every day and try to replicate that feeling. Okay? You articulated specifically, you articulated specifically that you felt that energetic release. So I want you to embody the feeling of that release every day, which is again allowing the observation of kind of trying to go into a meditative state to say to yourself, I remember what that feels like. And the space by which you are allowing that feeling to carry forth with you is how you can effectively continue to allow that experience to expand in your own space in a reaffirming way, right? Um, ask a very interesting question in terms of the shape of the pain that you experience from something. And the best way I can describe it is that you articulated it almost like feeling like one is energetically cursed. And I need to point this out. Trauma makes us feel cursed, right? Because the hard part with trauma is that trauma is the pain that sticks, right? If it was just, there's nothing more offensive than someone that says, oh, you should just let that go, as if it could be so easy, right? As if the process of energetically letting go was simply a matter of not feeling something. So, and I think that this is the important thing, right? You're observing, like you're working to energetically release this because you're understanding the fact that you might never be fully away from it, right? It's something that you energetically carry with you. And the observation of working to understand, right? The work that you're doing to understand the nature of how it affected you is effectively how you are healing from it. And I like to point this out, that space, right? The space by which you felt connected was very articulated with the fact that they left you with unanswered questions. And this is what trauma does, right? Like this is what trauma does. Like I bet you're wondering what happened there. But the hard part you have to understand, and once you understand it, and I think that you're already in the process of working to heal from this, right? The unanswered questions that we receive in trauma are the closure. Because when we care about each other, we work to help each other understand. When we care about each other, we are invested in that exposition, right? We don't look at it as something energetically dismissive. And I think it's important too, because you identified, and I think that you saw this, you identified the nature of the person that effectively has been helping you with this, is identifying, and I want to point this out, you're identifying the qualities and characteristics in another person that you feel that this experience energetically denied you, right? And I'm here to tell you that your heart is just as good as their heart. That your heart is exactly that the quality by which you see them is something that is still accessible to you, right? But it's hard because I almost see the fact, right? And I want to point this out, right? You've often articulated that this experience ruined things for you, right? It ruined the ability. You identified the fact that you felt that the ability of not letting it go is the fact that as you're going through experiences, it's always there. I want you to understand that we work through that too, right? And the modality by which we can hold, I keep wondering, we can hold our trauma and our love in both hands, right? And simply the nature by which you say to yourself, I had this awful thing happen, and there's no fixing it. But the ability of understanding that you are still capable, that everything that you expected from that experience is not behind you, it's before you, right? Entertaining the possibility that those that being able to see something like that may have hindered you for a period of time, but that hindrance is now the hurdle that you're overcoming, right? That not everyone will treat you like that, right? That not everybody is the same way as that person was. And in a way, that person gave you a profound gift, right? Because you can see the qualities and characteristics by which, right, by which they are dismissive of you, right? The space by which another person tries to make you feel less than, that doesn't make you try to strive for their approval, but immediately, right, activates the reminder that says that is not someone that you should be near, right? This is effectively, I feel like this is a lot of the work that I see you doing that is allowing that trauma to become shield. And the trauma becomes shield is not the space by which it occurs, but the observation of the environment by which you experienced it that immediately says, "Oh, I recognize this. I know what this is about." Right? Like, oh, look, this is that false love that tries to make me feel like I need to earn it instead of being worthy of it. That again, immediately, and almost on cue, right? Immediately on cue in the comments, immediately on cue, it immediately allows you to be able to identify and take immediate action in order to energetically avoid it again. So I feel like that's a little bit of the work that I see that you're kind of having to work towards in terms of embodying right now, which is again, building into the space of making sure that you're holding on, taking some time every day to hold on to that feeling of freedom that you experience during that practice. And secondly, saying to the self, how can I turn this to blessing, right? How can I take this thing that happened that was devastating and turn it into something that is energetically beautiful? And that doesn't mean that it's the space of trying to, like, it's not trying to sugarcoat it, right? It's not trying to put a happy face on it, but the space by which you say to the self, I'm going to work to make sure that nobody ever in my experience ever experiences that again, including myself. Bottom of the deck on this reading, the eight of swords, and it's upright. It's hard, right? Because that is like the trauma can be very convincing, right? Trauma's got hands, right? Trauma likes to be very convincing, which is the space that says, oh, right, like if I was better, then this trauma wouldn't occur. I need to stress there's no betterment, right? There's no betterment when it comes to trauma. But the feeling, like one always says, if I'd done something, it would be different. I want you to understand there is nothing you could have done that would have resulted in a different outcome, right? There is nothing. I want you to write that down somewhere because I feel like that's going to help reaffirm what you had to heal. There is nothing you could have done differently that would have changed that outcome. That outcome was the ultimate, like, was their choice. It was not based upon anything that you were doing. And as you continue to embody that, so too will you be freed from it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Emmy, thank you for the follow. I needed to hear this too. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Kat, thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you're joining us on the place where we keep on the clock app. If you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card readings. Hi there, Lucas. How you doing today? Thank you for those heart me's as well. That reading was wild. Thank you, Adam, for also being here and receiving it. How are you doing, Risan? And thank you for the follow. Rachel, thank you for the follow as well. Hi there. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers, hashtag. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Per back? If Per is not back, Denise, you're the next person on our list today. Denise, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And just a reminder, friends, I see her in the room too. Thank you for the help. She might have stepped away from the phone. We're at 27K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, if Denise is not immediately available, I got you. Ooh, I love it. Okay, wonderful. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It must have a tail. Come on, Agnes. We can do better than that. Come on. We got the goose. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. A tail. How are you doing today, dear? All right, I'm going to pin up Denise here, guys. Make sure to give Denise some love. 4 cards, please. All right. Ooh. So, I mean, you've got some beautiful cards here. I mean, this is saying to me, right? Like, we've got Queen of Cups here with the Ace of Cups and it's upright. And the thing I need to stress about, the thing I need to stress in relationality to, like, what I need to stress about that type of work is, how do I describe this best? So I feel like I feel like there's a lot of like, I don't know why, but I've got a lot of this energy here. Like I'm picking up like around the headspace. And it almost says to me, like, I feel like this is you, like, taking some kind of clear-headed approaches to things. And the thing about and the thing about a clear-headed approach is it's working into and even as I'm saying this, like I'm clearing, but like it's working into um it's working into the reality of things, but I keep on getting um I don't know why I don't know why I feel like you're healing from some kind of banal energy, you know? Um, and I gotta kind of work through this because like, and here's the thing with banal energy, right? Like banal energy says things can't be, like banal energy will often say things can't be fantastic all the time, is what I keep on getting, right? Like banal energy is like, oh, things can't be fantastic all the time. And I literally see being like, why not? You know, like I see being not with an attitude like that, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Like you having to say to somebody, like with an attitude like that, no, they can't be, right? Because and I just kind of want to like the thing I want to describe about it is you know, how do I explain this best? Um you are not I see you very I feel like I see situations by which you often bring, like you bring your joy, right? And I keep on hearing joy needs to be nourished. And why do I mean joy needs to be nourished? Which is like when when another person embodies joy, right? Then they operate in a space of energetic gratitude about the fact that joy is present, right? And you can tell very quickly, and here's the thing about it, there's energy that tries to embody joy and then you quickly come into contact with them and you realize, I keep on hearing, you realize the energetic joy was a facade and that they're effectively in a space by which they themselves are profoundly unhappy, right? And the thing about it is when another person is profoundly unhappy all the time, then they will literally get irritated in seeing another person that is occupying a state of joy, right? It's like it is the grinding of the gears by which all you're doing is like simply existing. And another person says, can you stop doing that? And you're like, can you stop doing what? I literally see somebody being like, being so happy all the time, being like, are you okay? Is what I keep on getting. And so I just keep on getting a message from your guides that says the person that's for you will adore your bliss state, which says the person that's for you will see your bliss state and raise you their bliss, right? They will raise you their bliss. They're not gonna be irritated by the fact that they find you in one, is what I keep on seeing. And I think it's hard though, and I feel like it's coming through specifically in relationality to someone trying to come back towards you, is what I keep on seeing. You know? I keep on hearing, and I don't know why I keep on hearing, and it's funny too because I've got some kind of bear energy around you that's articulating and saying there's no hibernating. There's no hibernating in relationship, which is somebody, like, I keep on hearing there's no hibernating in relationship. And it's interesting too, because like I don't know if you've got a lot of connection to bear energy, but I keep on hearing bears hibernate together is all I keep on hearing. Bears hibernate together, which means if there's somebody trying to come towards you again and being like, I'm sorry, I just needed a little me time, that's not somebody ready for a relationship. Like, somebody ready for a relationship, you don't need to step away from the relationship in order to feel energetically ready to go into one. That's often the identification of someone who is not steady in relationship. Energy that's steady in relationship does not need to break away from a relationship to find steadiness. You move deeper into it. You don't say, I'm ready. Like, I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, somebody who says, like, I'm ready to try again is perpetually in that space, by which, right, because like a healthy relationship will make you feel things you've never felt before, but if it's not ready to feel them, they'll constantly put you in that space, by which it's like they're in and out, because just as things start getting, I keep wondering, just as things start getting good, just as things start getting at the intensity that we aspire to, another person says this is getting too intense, right? That's exactly the sign of someone that's not ready for a relationship. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I almost see you kind of coming back into a state of flourishment. I see you have been like spending some time really nourishing yourself and coming into some kind of point of stabilization. Be very conscientious of someone who says like, oh, you're looking, I keep on hearing like somebody from the past being like, you're looking great, and you having to say to them, like, oh, what's changed? Be like, my proximity to you. Is what I keep on hearing. Like, somebody, I'll never understand energy like this. Be like, why? Like, you look amazing. What has happened? What changed? My proximity to you has changed. My proximity to you has changed. Right? You didn't look like that when you were with me. How could I? Right? It's like, it's that type of energy. Oh my God, I can't with energy like this. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's hard, right? Because I feel like I see you having gone through some kind of experience, by which, right, like I see you. I feel like I see you having gone like, I keep on hearing, I don't know who this, I hate energy like this, right? Forget, I keep on hearing, I've got a strong message coming from a guide. Forget that just one thing, energy. Forget just one thing. Forget just one thing. I can't, just one thing until it becomes everything is all I keep on hearing. And you know what I mean by just one thing? It's the type of relationship that you get into with someone that they start to go, you know what? Things would be perfect. There's just this one thing I need you to stop doing, right? It's probably something you love. If you, yeah, like that thing, and you'll always notice this with someone, right? This is really messed up energy. It's literally the quality and condition by which another person goes, you know what, you'd be perfect if you just stop doing. And then they name the thing that is literally your purpose. If you could just let that go for me, it would make it a lot easier. It's always just one thing. I keep on hearing just one thing. It's always just one thing until you're nothing. I want you to write that down. It's always just one thing until you're nothing, right? That type of energy, I keep wondering, don't let just one thing back in, right? Because it's always just one thing until there is literally nothing left of you. And don't get mad, because often that energy can make you, right? Often that energy can make you feel like, oh, if I just change, you are perfect exactly as you are, which is not to say that you don't know what you need to work on, right? There's a difference, right? There's a difference between healthy critique, which someone says, have you tried doing this? Have you tried, like someone who tries to help you in doing something better? Not there's just one thing, being like, if you could just stop doing that, that thing you love, I would really appreciate that. We would be perfect. Have you let go of your purpose yet so that we can be in relationship? Don't let that type of energy back anywhere near you. Like I keep on, and that's coming from a spirit guide and an ancestor, which is saying the only thing you should do, like, and that's why I was getting that bear energy, which is saying like you can roar for a reason, which is often the space by which you say like somebody trying to come back to you in that space, come back, come back so I can criticize you more. Like you can't get anywhere with energy like that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And Bridget, thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be read for after Julia. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. And reading over. Yep. And Ram, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Sister Shine. How you doing today? Thank you for those heart me's. Confirmation. Thank you as well, Batty Harmony. And thank you, Patty, for the follow. The glow up is real. I love it. Tap to claim, Rotez. To do it. How do you access the Akashic record? Are you asking if I can do an Akashic read for you? Yep. Worried for Wednesday. I'm happy to read for you on that, Rudy. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Don't bring fear into situations. Right? Just work into the context of what you can do. Okay? Lol, you told me last week to stop accepting creepy compliments. Okay, thank you. At least thank you for confirming that the message is consistent. But that's why I keep on hearing. That's why it's creepy, right? Because that's the type of creepy compliment by which another person wants to see if you'll do it, right? Like there's just one thing energy. Yeah, it is. It's gross. It's gross energy, right? It's gross energy. Yeah. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is, we've got Julia. Julia, if you're here, second to see when it purrs back, let me know. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we're at 28.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And before we continue with this reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got here the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. I'm going to pin up Julia here, guys. Make sure to give Julia some love. Counterpart, spirit messages on dating a person with an L. Okay. All right, so we're going to do 2 cards on the person and then 2 cards on the career. Okay? Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. Oh, they're sweet. Whoa. And I'm going to hold on the career reading. We're going to get into this relationship for a bit. You know, the thing about it I see is I feel like there's something important I'm seeing in relationality to this person. Um, how do I describe this? Like there's a lot of work hard, play hard here, is what I keep on seeing. It's not necessarily a negative. I know what you're worried about, but I need to point out there's an Ace of Pentacles on this energy, right? And so the thing about it is I see somebody who likes to straddle. That says to me that is identifying someone who likes to straddle extremes, right? And what do I mean by likes to straddle extremes? That's what I meant with like work hard, play hard, right? Like I literally see somebody. I keep on hearing I've earned. This is not some. This is someone who feels. I keep on hearing they often feel that they've earned, right? They often feel like they've earned the ability to effectively like max out. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some. I often see this. I see this type of energy frequently with Taurus energy, right? This feels very Taurus, or someone who might carry some Taurus placements, because it says to me like it is literally the energy that does not want to waste a single moment, right? And the observation of effectively, like I almost see somebody who like is very conscientious as to what they spend. I keep on hearing not a moment wasted, if that makes sense. Like not a moment wasted, even when they're relaxing, is what I keep on seeing. Like when they're relaxing, they're relaxing. Like they're like me time. Like there's a little bit of this like pampering quality here. So I think that that's important, because when I see when I see this, the one thing I would be conscientious with someone like this is you cannot be fickle. You can't be fickle with someone like this, because you have to understand that when somebody's on a rigid schedule, and I think you're starting to see this, right? The amount of time that they put, like I keep on hearing, their time is a precious resource. They don't have a lot of it, and they don't. I keep on hearing it's not. It's like they want to make sure that another person is as respective to their time as they are. And I keep on seeing it's not. I feel like they have a hard time coming towards a mature relationship, because I see somebody who often works through someone who's like, I don't feel up to it. And this is why I keep on hearing they get really up. They don't feel up to anything ever, but they're highly obligated, right? So it's like they don't have any room for someone that goes through. I keep wondering, they have no room for someone who goes through the mood, or like feeling like someone articulating upon the fact that they're not in the mood to do something, because I see them being like, I keep on hearing like they believe in obligations, not in inclinations, is what I keep on getting. So they're very protective, and I keep on hearing they can sometimes come across as intense. But this is why this is why I keep on saying this is why, right? Like this is why, like it feels like positive, like it feels like positive intensity, but especially with that Ace of Pentacles, right? Because it says to me that they're looking for something that is real. Now, career wise, interesting. It's interesting because we've got the High Priestess with the King of Cups in its reversal. And I feel like, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really energetically important um, as it relates to articulating to another. Um, what your own vision is. And I think it's interesting too, because there's the observation. I keep on hearing there's something about your profession that may bring out the insecurity in others. But that's a good thing, is what I keep on hearing, right? There's something important about the observation that your profession might bring out the insecurity in others, because I keep on getting that. Remember when I said, like, I keep on hearing the difference between someone that says could and should is what I keep on hearing. You could be versus you should be is like, this is what you're healing from, right? The observation as it relates to the recognition upon what you can do versus you going towards it. I keep on hearing that your ability to recognize or identify what feels energetically steadying is the observation of recognizing and identifying. I keep on recognizing and identifying another. And I think it's really interesting too, because I feel like this is you coming into the career space by which you're getting better at being confident, right? Confident. I keep on hearing confident and competent. Confident and competent. Confident and confident. Why do I keep on hearing confident and competent? Because I see you not just talking about what you aspire to, but holding yourself to some routine or doing I keep on hearing not needing. I keep on hearing a guide saying you don't need a job to do something, is what I keep on hearing. You don't need a job to do something. And something about you don't need a job to do something is almost like, often when I hear the words you don't need a job to do something, that is someone potentially building their portfolio in a way, or showing another person what they can do so that they can do it, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, show them what you can do. There's that moon card. And I feel like that's what I meant in terms of you getting out. I keep on hearing you're letting go of some kind of self-consciousness as it relates to doing something for yourself, because I keep on hearing nobody knows you like you. And I keep on hearing, it's funny because I keep on hearing your guide saying, show them your good side, which is the observation of being able to show another person, right? Like, this is how I look best, right? Like, this is how I look best. This is, I keep on hearing you say to somebody, this is the light that suits me best, is what I keep on hearing. So something about that observation is almost like a conversation, because it says to me, that's what I meant about you saying you don't need a job to do something, because nobody knows you like you do. So the observation of being able to show someone your energetic best is the space by which you're able to amplify and articulate to another, right? Just how expressive you can be, or showing someone the full range of possibility in order in recognizing how I keep on hearing how all the different approaches that you can take energetically towards something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, and I think that in a way, like, it feels like that's you really leaning into your Gemini placements, is what I keep on getting, right? I keep on hearing something about like showing someone how multifaceted you are. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. Okay. And just reading over. I don't mind seeing the card in that context because it had an Ace of Pentacles over it. You know? Yeah. They may not want to say much. Yes. Right. Ace of Pentacles over. It's beautiful. Absolutely. They're, oh, thank you. Okay. So like you said, like they're in a job that requires a lot of them. They're a Gemini on the cusp of Taurus. Thank you. So that would be a lot of that, like not a minute wasted, work hard, play hard that I was seeing there. Oh my gosh, wild. You see? Yeah, that's wild. But that's what I mean. Like I told you, like really like leaning into like relaxing. Yep. Oh, that's so wild. That sounds nice. Grand Rising. Good to see you, Addie. No, I get that vibe. No, I can see why you would associate them with that. I can see it. Yeah, a lot of confidence, incredibly protective. Incredibly so. How do you know when you've met your divine counterpart? Is it something you build into? Um, I definitely feel like it's sometimes something that you build into, you know? It's not, I don't know. It's like, I'm not someone who believes it's like one of those like all at once moments. It's something by which one starts to like recognize that something is different, right? Like something like that is the best way I can describe it when it feels like something is profoundly different is happening. Yes, thank you for confirmation. Thank you for confirming on the work you're doing right now, Julia. Yeah, my own brand. I like that moon card bottom of the deck, right? Because the moon card bottom of the deck there really kind of works as it's moon card bottom of the deck there works us through the observation of being able to show other sides of ourselves that they might not recognize are there, right? Yeah, Jupiter and Gemini, exactly. Yeah, that person is the one I met the other day. Oh, that's wild. Continuing and learning along the way. Tap to claim, sister. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. We are also at 32.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. How you doing today, Bridget? And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, you did? Did you listen to it? I haven't had a chance to listen to it. I need to listen to it. I never have time. I need to, what happened in it? I don't even know. Oh, excellent. All right. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here, guys. Make sure you give Bridget some love. And let me just pull up Bridget's question. Just a reminder to those joining us, if you have information that you feel is necessary for our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And I'm just pulling up your question here. Oh my goodness. Bridget, thank you for, I just read over your comment that you sent about the message. Thank you for confirming to me what I was seeing there. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Okay. And just reading over. All right, we're doing outside tea. And before we can continue right now, yep, absolutely. We're going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. I'd like to do a reading on my counterpart. Could I please have 2 cards on how they will show care and support for me when I'm not at my best, and 2 cards on the role they will naturally take in our partnership? Gotcha, dear. So, the one thing I'm seeing here that I think is really important is I want to point this out. I feel like I see you having been in a lot of relationships that I see you in a lot of relationships with someone, like, I don't know why I keep on getting this, like, some kind of like dishwater warm approach to the things that you want to do, or the places that you want to go, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I almost like I literally, like I'm picking up I want to point this out. Like, I don't know why, but I see you having some kind of history on going on a lot of trips by yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Like, you aren't, I'm identifying something here by which, and I often see this type of energy with those who've experienced negligent counterparts, which is like the energy, like somebody like taking themselves on a trip because one recognizes, like, it's almost like the invitation that you extend to someone, and them saying, I don't feel like it, um versus, and I keep on saying, this is never going to happen between you and them. Like, I see somebody who'd say, I would go anywhere with you, is what I keep on seeing, right? The amplification, I keep on hearing, like, it's giving me a lot of that, um it's giving me a lot of this adventure energy around something. And I think it's important too, because, like, and I can't, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing, but not selfish adventuring energy, right? Like, I don't know who this is that I'm reading for, that you're having to heal from. This type of energy drives me wild, because this type of energy is the type of energy that, like, simultaneously articulates the fact that they're constantly bored, but then when you try to offer to do something, they go, I don't feel like it. And being like you can't, like, literally, like, you can't get any, like, you can't get, I keep on, you can't get anywhere with picky energy, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing picky energy right? Picky energy makes you feel punished for giving someone a new experience, right? Like the space by which, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which they go somewhere and all they do is articulate upon the fact that they'd rather be somewhere else and they're only doing something for you. And then, right, like the space by which they pick you apart for ever wanting to do it in the first place. Like and then that type of energy is genuinely surprised when you stop going places with them, right? Like I keep on hearing, like I keep on seeing this, like that type of energy is always genuinely like shocked and surprised when you say to someone like, no, it's fine, I think I'm gonna go solo on this one, right? And I keep on saying this is going to be the best part about the energy that I see here. I've got someone around you, right? I've got someone around you here that I literally see somebody saying like I would go anywhere for the experience of just being near you, which is somebody who enjoys stepping out of their element is what I keep on getting, right? Like they deeply exist in a space of, I keep on getting, they deeply exist in a space of curiosity. And I keep on getting the space of curiosity by which they exist has everything to do with the fact that they like going exploring with you is what I keep on hearing. So I want you to kind of remember that because I keep on I keep on hearing your solo. I keep on hearing your solo. Your solo exploring days are going to be over as soon as you come into energetic connection with them. Because I just keep on seeing like it's not that they won't be there, right? Like I can see somebody who's energetically receptive if there's something that you would prefer to do by yourself. But I almost see the fact that like they bring, I keep wondering, they bring that sense of generosity that you've often extended to others with them along the way. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the high priestess, right? The high priestess in its upright, and I just want to show you like this is the counterpart connection I'm seeing here. High priestesses need protectors, right? High priestesses need protectors. We often read into this because the thing about it is, and I want to point this out. Protectors don't protectors don't criticize why one wants to do it. Protectors prioritize is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like I think that the only thing that might I feel like the only thing that might occur in the connection to this is, like I said, if you have that tendency of liking to do things alone, I feel like I see somebody who might be a little bit overprotective of you. But I keep on getting, it's not the fact that they don't, I keep wondering, it's not the fact that they don't trust you. It's that they hold you preciously, right? And I feel like that's what's going to feel different about the protectiveness that they bring to things. It's not, I don't know why, I don't know where I'm getting some of this past energy of someone saying, where have you been? What were you doing, right? I almost like literally, okay, I've got this past energy of someone that did not want to go somewhere with you, but then became obsessed with the fact that you went without them. You literally, you cannot get anywhere. You cannot get anywhere with energy like that. Like make it make sense. Like literally someone by which you energetically invite them to do something, and then in the space by which they don't, they then attack you or accuse you of all the things you were doing in their absence, even though you energetically invited. Like that is the insecurity sandwich. Okay? That is literally the insecurity sandwich of ridiculousness by which you can't get anywhere in like, because that's literally that's trapped energy, right? That is literally trapped energy that says, oh, no, 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 go without me. What did you do while I wasn't there? Right? The space by which it makes us feel like it does a number on our nervous systems because it feels like we can't do anything, because that's the energy that lacks integrity, because it's a modality by which the yes becomes no, even though you gave them the opportunity to go along with you somewhere, right? So I keep on hearing you will never experience that with this person. Even in the modality, even in the modality by which they move away from something, they they hold in terms of how they feel, right? Like it's saying to me that, and the only thing that feels like it's sometimes problematic is the arguments that you have about wanting to do something is them being very, very, very protective of you and wanting to make sure that you're okay, is what I keep on seeing. It feels to me protective in the best way possible, which is somebody saying, I'm not keeping an eye on you because I'm worried. It's because you're energetically precious to me, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would, your cards are out. If you would like to get on the list, there's so many of them. The list is open. You'll be the next person read for after, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Rainbow? Good to see you. Just reading over. I go to the DMV with you. Oh my God, now that is a gift. Yep. Oh, thank you, Pisces. Happy Monday. Carrie, if you'd like to get on the list for reading, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to pull cards for you. One moment. Sin, you talked about feeling her on your shoulders, and that's where she saw people's guides. Oh, that's wild. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing, bookcase. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other. Big confirmation on all of that. Your words were very rich with information. Thank you so much. And here's the thing about it. I deeply like readers, really, as a reader, receiving that confirmation is really important. So thank you for sharing that information with me, because it helps me build into the validation of what I'm reading for you. So thank you so much for that. You have nothing to apologize for, dear. And thank you, Carrie, for the follow. Yes, I've been solo for a long time, even in relationships. Yep. Good to see you, Rainbow. So again, Carrie, the way we offer a free reading each day. So if you can't afford a reading, you can go over to the place where we keep the photos and the videos, and you'll find the full reading there. You can also find it. But if you actually want a personal reading, these are donation based. So I will ask that you please don't repeat the same request. It's not polite to those who are trying to communicate in the chat space. Thank you for honoring the rules of the chat. And thank you, Hardy, for those roses. Hope you're doing well today. That's exactly the energy I want in a relationship. It's legitimately wonderful to celebrate in everyday moments of life. My last ex would literally go anywhere with me. Oh, interesting. But but all the people before them never wanted to go anywhere or do anything. You miss your ex primarily because you miss that friendship. Absolutely, I understand. My partnership ended because I cherish the memories of our adventures, visits to family. Ugh. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. Exploring together. Absolutely. I want to continue to bring that energy into any new relationship. A lot of Sag energy. Absolutely. And Jenna, thank you for those hand hearts. Yes, I need someone that holds space for me to be me. We need protectors because we're highly sensitive. Exactly. You're not missing it. You're seeking it moving forward, right? It's not before you, it's not behind you, it's also before you. Yeah, I can see a lot of that possessiveness. Yeah, that's yucko energy. Honestly, same Heather. Yeah, the insecurity sandwich of ridiculousness. Been there, done that. T-shirt and the trauma. Yep. I might definitely struggle with that a bit. Sometimes I have a hard time when I'm personally struggling with how they might handle that. No, I understand. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I literally see somebody saying, anything you need, I'm here for you. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. We are. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. It would be funny. Excellent. We're doing a dream interpretation. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Oh my gosh, Bridget, sending you support. All right. We're getting a lot of blackbird today. All right. Outside. And you know what that means if we're doing a dream interpretation. We got the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. All right, let's get to it. All right, I've experienced, and I'm going to pin up. I got you, dear. All right, I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. I've experienced a lot of dream events past Sunday night. I'm writing down, it would be too much to read all of them, but I'm writing down the last 2 fragments. 1, I was attached to the wing of a flying plane and I saw myself through someone else's eyes. This person was teaching me how to fly. I was wearing a cute onesie with bunny ears attached to the hood. I was carefully listening to the instructions. Fragment 2. I was driving my car through a familiar street in the city where I live. I was heading home and I was waiting at a traffic light to go straight. But suddenly there were a bunch of road workers telling me I couldn't go straight ahead. I was a bit annoyed because I wanted to go home. And when they stepped aside, I saw there was a big hole in the road, and I understood I couldn't go home yet. So I decided to go left instead. Since my old high school was right there anyway, I figured I'd park my car behind the building and go inside. Once I got in, I saw a lot of new faces, of course, but also a grown woman who had been a student there during the same time as I was. I walked past her without saying anything and went straight to the food corner. Behind the counter, there was a young man, and sitting at the counter was a woman in her 30s with dark hair and dark eyes. I saw at the counter and ordered some pastries and croissants. The young guy put them in a paper bag for me. It was my intention to take them home instead of eating them at the school. The pastries looked really delicious. The man and the woman then stood next to each other and performed a little dance to introduce themselves to me. They both had name tags, and their first names started with an L, though I can't remember their exact names. Then the woman sat back down and told me something very personal. She wasn't originally from here, but she lived here with her husband and child. At night, she said she was being tormented by spirits. They would surround her in some kind of white mist, and sometimes the mist would turn red. She was terrified by this experience. I asked her if this only happened at night or during the day too. She said she was very busy during the day and that it only happened when she wasn't doing anything. While she was telling me her story, I kept looking into her eyes. They were very unusual, very dark brown, almost black, and she was wearing glasses. At certain moments, I thought I saw a small suction cup-like shape attached to her irises, which was really strange. I kept focusing on it, and the suction cup shape looked a bit like an hourglass or half of an hourglass. I wanted to help her with her problem and maybe give her some suggestions so that she could solve it herself. But the setting really wasn't the right place to give advice about such personal and spiritual matters. So I just listened to her story. All right, we've got a lot of cards here, so we're going to go through all of them. You have nothing to apologize for in relationality to the length of the dream. Hold on, I'm going to pin you up. All right, we're going to start with the first fragment, and then we're going to build into the second fragment, and then we're going to build into the third fragment. Okay. So that's why you got 3 cards for each fragment. All right. The first fragment is potentially working through how the guides see you right now. Okay. And it's interesting because you identified the fact that you said that you were attached to the wing of a flying plane and you saw myself through someone else's eyes, right? And the person was teaching you how to fly, right? So this is why we can see the fact that you're working through a guide, because the guide is teaching you how to fly. So it's a guide that's showing you how to do something, and via the space by which you can see yourself energetically through them, right? That's literally what they're energetically teaching you to do. And the fact that you said that you saw yourself wearing a cute onesie with bunny ears attached to the hood, and that you were carefully listening to the instructions, it has a lot to do with the observation. And I like to point this out, right? The space by which you're energetically listening is the space by which you yourself are working to energetically heal, because it's the observation of, right? It's the observation of the fact that you're starting to build into a connection by which you're not energetically afraid of something, right? It's the quality by which you're working through something that becomes fun, right? And that's why we see, like, that's even in the space by which you notice or you attenuate to the fact that you're wearing something that you identified was somewhat sweet, right? It's that energetic delight that the guides are effectively encouraging you towards, right? Which is not, again, and I like to point this out, right? The joy that we bring towards things, the joy that we bring towards things is energetically conditional as it relates to how we work to heal. So we see that there's 2 different things that this guide is helping you to navigate through. One, right, the ability to find joy, right? Like, and I want to point this out, right? You identified, and I need to point this, I need to stress this. You were attached to the wing of a flying plane, okay? Which could have two different reactions to it, which is ah or we, right? So the fact that you're doing that and you're seeing yourself, right? You're not holding on for dear life, right? but you're doing something in a way by which you feel energetically delighted as you do it, right? That is you being able to do something built and based upon the way that you yourself are energetically experiencing it, right? So that's you being energetically securely, like, working through, like, the understanding of the self by which it feels like it's energetically supportive to you, okay? And that brings us to the second fragment of the dream, which says you'd identified the fact that you were driving in a car through a familiar street where you live, and that you were heading home and waiting at a traffic light to go straight. But suddenly there were a bunch of road workers telling you couldn't go straight ahead. And you said you're a bit annoyed because you wanted to go home. But when they stopped aside, you saw there was a big hole in the road and understood you couldn't go home yet. This is further confirmation, right? This is healing from past experiences, right? Which is often working through the observation of our energetic frustration that is then fortified with the sound logic that we understand the full nature of why there was an energetic hurdle in the first place. Now, this is important, and this is why I like doing dream work with my clients, because we articulated upon the fact that some of the work that you're doing presently was something that you tried to do previously, but you weren't energetically ready for it, right? And this is, again, the guides effectively showing you their energetic perception on something, or how they effectively saw it. The observation of you wanting to get to somewhere and being like, I want to go this way, and the guides being like, you really can't, and you feeling annoyed, but then understanding the fact that their prevention is not preventative but protective, right? The observation saying it's not that you can't go there, but this isn't the way to get there, right? So this is a lot of the work that you're starting to do in relationality to not only trusting yourself, but trusting that your guides like, trusting that your guides are trying to energetically protect you, okay? Now this brings us to the third part of the dream. So you said you decided to go left, right? You decided to go left instead, and you said you saw an old high school was right there anyway, and you figured you park your car behind the building and go inside. And once you got in, you saw a lot of new faces, of course, but also a grown woman who'd been a student there during the same time that you were. And you said you walked past her without saying anything and went straight to the food court. And behind the counter, there was a young individual sitting at the corner with a woman in their 30s with dark hair and dark eyes. So what we're effectively having that's happening in this experience is the observation of being able to energetically work through something. But this is what we effectively see that's allowing for some energetic inner child healing to occur. And what are we seeing with a lot of that inner child healing? The inner child healing is the observation of being able to energetically work through something and to see something, right? To see something through the eyes of wisdom, right? So we have that being articulated by the ability to go back towards high school, right? And in the space by which you saw that there was a grown woman who'd been a student there during the same time you were, is the observation of being able to see things in the past through a different context, okay? And then you said you walked past her without saying anything, and you went straight to the food counter, okay? And you said behind the counter, there was two individuals, right? And you said that when you sat down at the counter, you ordered pastries and croissants. And the individual put them in a bag for you. And you said it was your intention to take them home instead of eating them at the school. And the pastries looked delicious. But then the man and the woman that were standing next to each other, they performed a little dance, okay, to introduce themselves to you. And you said that they both had name tags and their first names started with L. and you can't remember their exact names. Okay? You said the woman sat down and told you something very personal, that she wasn't originally from here, but she lived here with her husband and her child. Okay? Um, and at night, she said that she was being very tormented by spirits. And they would be surround her in a kind of white mist, and sometimes the mist would turn red, and she was terrified by these experiences. And this is effectively what we talk about in relationality to inner child healing, right? And it's the observation of what we, and I want to return you back to what you identified was happening in the street, right? Which is the modality by which you were effectively wanted to go down a certain pathwork, but then you felt energetically diverted. And then you recognize, and here you are, right? So it's the observation of the space by which you find yourself, right? You wanted to get home, right? And instead of getting home, you find yourself doing inner child healing, which is the observation of being somewhere that you didn't expect, but learning something really, not only finding something delicious, right? But also learning something very devastating and profound in the process, right? Now, you articulated, you asked her, right? The space by which you asked her if this happened at night or during the day too. And you said she was very busy during the day and only happened when she wasn't doing anything, right? Um, the L, the L that was effectively on these name tags was the opportunity of being able to go back because others are learning from you, right? So why do we see the observation? So you've got the inner child healing and the observation of being able to go back to something with the learnings by which the things that we've learned along the way is often what we bring to inner child healing. So the two individuals that introduced themselves and did a little dance were the energies that were eager to learn from you, right? So the modality by which another person felt the need to tell you something was the observation of you being able to potentially recognize if there was something that you could impart to them on your own energetic journey. This is the gift that we give to each other, right? And so the space by which you said that you wanted to, that you looked into her eyes and you felt like you saw something there, right? It's interesting because you said you wanted to help her with her problem and maybe give her some suggestions so she could solve it herself. But this setting really wasn't the right place to give advice about such personal and spiritual matters. So you just listened to the story, right? And this is effectively, right? This is effectively identifying and recognizing the energetic changes that may be occurring around you, right? Because it's the observation of feeling energetically out of place in the space by which you wanted to impart something to another, but feeling like the time wasn't necessarily the right one. We often experience that, and that's actually positive because that also teaches us that the guides are teaching you about energetic discernment, right? Which is not the modality of not only seeing something, but recognizing and identifying the right time or place in order to energetically impart it, right? And when we're working towards mutual health of one another, right? It's not just about articulating or saying everything at every moment, but being able to identify and recognize when it feels energetically supportive to another in order to effectively communicate it. So we see that this dream, these three fragments, are basically the attenuation point of all of the different lessons that you're currently experiencing from your guides. Bottom of the deck on this reading, this is what we talk about in relationality to building into, the thing about it that we often have, particularly when we're building into healthy spiritual practices, is not just feeling like, and we often realize this, right? It's not just feeling like we give each other all of our impressions at every moment, right? because the quality by which you impart something can either feel like it fortifies or devastates, right? So the ability of effectively attenuating into things is how we effectively identify and articulate the right time to effectively bring forth. And this is why we talk about building into healthy energetic connections, because often, right, and you're kind of seeing this in relationality to the dream space, right? Often in the space by which we're spiritually working with one another, we can see things there. Right? See things, be like, what's that? Right? And the ability by which we energetically introspect, right? Like the ability by which we're able to effectively attenuate or articulate is how we build into what feels like it is supportive to another versus what we ourselves receive, right? So this is effectively, this is on, it's interesting too, because if anything, like the dream itself is a conversation as it relates to discernment, right? And discernment is the observation of being able to recognize the not just having something, but recognizing the right time for things. So even in the context by which you felt like that person was asking you something, and then feeling like you could energetically respond, but not knowing if they themselves will be ready to receive your full assessment, right? This is also how we recognize that we heal, because it's the ability of looking at something and saying what would be helpful versus what would potentially make that feel more intense. So there's something really beautiful about that. And that's why there's so many of these cards here, because, right, like our ability to energetically discern is also how we learn, right? Which is also the context by which we are able to assess or articulate upon not just what we receive, but when we're energetically, like when another person is ready to energetically receive it, right, in a way that feels like it would be supportive to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. And I get you, Bridget. And thank you for sharing the live, Amina. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I know she's got a remarkable gift in dream recall. It's a gift. I mean, dream recall, like we don't talk enough about the fact that dream recall is a beautiful gift, and you can work to enhance it, right? Finally having fun. Yes. A secure attachment. Yep. Prevention is protection. I love my guides. Yeah, I dream about pastries all the time. Oh, do you? Oh, that's interesting. How cool. But it's being able to do something in a way that feels like it nourishes. I'm feeling out of place all the time. This is my only safe expression place. Well, I mean, first and foremost, I'm glad that this space creates that for you, right? Because that's very important. But this could be attenuating as to why, you're feeling energetically out of place, right? It's like it's definitely like. Mm. And Spirit Junkie, good to see you, dear. Thank you for those heart me's. Not playing cards, Juan, but thank you. You're so welcome, Per. One moment. Rainbow. And we got to 50K. Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, sister. No, it's definitely a gift. Being able to have dream recall is an incredible gift. It's like, I'm like some have it, and some don't. And you can strengthen it, right? It takes work. All right, so we're gonna, before we continue right now, the list is open. If you get on the list right now, you will be the next, oh, you will be, Per, did you get on the list a second time? Did you want a second read? I just want to confirm. No, I know, it's great. Absolutely. I just want to confirm, Per, did you get on the list again? Oh, you didn't. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gift. All right, so we are, the list is now open. If you want to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're going to continue right now. Before we do, though, we did get to 50K. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We'll be doing a giveaway, and I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Whoever wins that giveaway, the reading will be available starting tomorrow. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 34. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Rainbow, congratulations, dear. You got it. All right, we will do that again. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Excellent. And while we wait for the next person to get on the list, we are going to start doing 1-card readings for super fans. So if you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit the orange arrow at the bottom of the screen, and your subscription will make you eligible for a 1-card. All right. Highest priority for Ivana. You don't have to do anything you don't feel comfortable doing. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. This is just your daily reminder. You don't have to do anything that you're energetically uncomfortable doing. Like I keep on hearing, I'm not comfortable with that is a powerful prayer. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, exactly. Especially with the boar and the swan here, right? I just keep on hearing, I'm not comfortable, like, because energy that cares about us takes our uncomfortability as the priority, right? It's simply the space by which we articulate it that allows the observation of what it is that we ourselves are energetically found, or what it is that we work through. And I just keep on seeing a situation or circumstance by which you, like the space by which you articulate to another, not only how you feel, but like I don't know why I almost see you saying to someone, there's something about navigating, like there's something about navigating preciousness, but not just navigating preciousness, but navigating preciousness with a sense of joy is what I keep on seeing, particularly with that boar and the swan, which is saying like we can be precious and joyful is what I keep on hearing. 1 card for Melissa on business, please. High Priestess, I feel like I see you working through or navigating experiences by which you're able to articulate upon your insight. I keep on hearing, start talking to others about what that process is, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, Queen of Wands. Nobody can explain it the way you yourself explain it, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like there's something about you getting more comfortable in front of yourself or talking about something is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, particularly with the salmon energy, there's a little bit of that, there's a little bit of that energy that I'm seeing there that has to do, I keep on getting um, the the space by which you're able to articulate to another. Um, uh, like I keep on hearing joy is a good reason, right? Like something that brings you energetic joy, or something that genuinely gives you joy in the doing, right? Like that observation of being able to share that joy with another is all I keep on seeing there. Absolutely. You knew it was a 3? Oh, that's wild, Alexandra. Hold on a minute. Yep, hold on a minute. Just going back. Julia, one card highest and best, please. I can't. It's saying to me, like, the thing about it is, I feel like I keep on hearing a guide say, I love that for you, is what I keep on hearing. Which is like, it's saying, like, and I don't know why I keep on hearing the words, I love that for you. Because, I feel like you often notice this, right? The space by which another person says, I love that for you, is the space by which another person says, like, seeing you, seeing you in a point of joy is my priority, even if it's not for us, right? Like that's what I love about the words, I love that for you, because it's the space that says, even if I don't have, even if it's not something that would bring me joy, the fact that it brings you joy is just as good a reason, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I just keep on hearing that, right? Like I keep on hearing, I love that for you is the opposite of how dare you, which is the modality by which, like, you learn a lot from another person in terms of how they hold our joy, right? And the thing about it is, when another person cares about us, like, our joy is their joy, right? It's the space by which the joy that we feel in seeing another person in a point of joy tells us everything we need to know in relationality to how another cares for us, right? But when we are working through, like, when we're working through the anger of the self, we often project our anger in the context of seeing another person in a point of joy, right? Like I keep on hearing, your joy doesn't hurt anyone, but it acts as shield to help understand who has your best interests at heart. Absolutely. Highest priority for Bridget. I've got the star card here in its reversal. And the thing about the star card in its reversal is, um, I just keep on seeing, like, I don't know what it is that I see that you're healing in relationality to, um, like, there's going to be no if you insist between you and counterpart, which is, I keep on hearing, like, I just keep on seeing some kind of situations by which if somebody's yes became a no, you know, like the space by which another person says something's perfectly fine, and then they change their tune in the context of doing something, I keep on hearing that's you healing from an integrity wound. Yeah, I keep on getting this, right? Like this is, your counterpart has high integrity, which says their yeses stay yeses, their noes stay noes. You're not going to experience that modality by which they say something's fine to see if you'll, I keep wondering, they don't say something's fine to see that if you'll do it, and then say, ah, it was a no. My yes was a no in disguise. As I keep on hearing. Yeah, the hind energy, right? Like you can't get anywhere with energy like that, right? Like sensitive energy cannot be around someone who's constantly creating the dance of eggshells, by which you're being like, I bet you're wondering if my yes is actually a yes, but rather a no in disguise, right? Like that observation of being able to heal from that is, I keep on hearing the guide saying, like it's not the guide, it's divine counterpart saying, I would never put you in that position. They've experienced it. They themselves are also healing from it. All right, we're going to continue right now. How you doing today, Ava? I see you. I'm trying to get better at working out, identifying if I met people in past lives. Oh, that's wild. Okay, all right, that's great. Do you know them from a past life? Can I get some indications? Awful familiar. I keep on hearing rings a bell. You got, I mean, in passing, it's saying to me, I keep on getting adjacent energy. You know, the thing about it is, like, especially with this five of especially with this five of cups, especially with this five of cups that I'm seeing around something here. The five of cups that I'm seeing around something, it has to do, you know, I keep on seeing a past life by which you were somewhat inaccessible. I keep on hearing, like, somebody who knew of you, but they couldn't get anywhere near you, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like it's interesting too, like this blank, the blank manifestation. Like I just keep on seeing like that blank manifestation to a certain extent. Um, it's, I feel like, I keep on feeling like there's a lot of carryover that I'm seeing in past life in relationality to you feeling frustrated as it relates to misconnections, is what I keep on getting. And so I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that you're doing now towards, like, I just keep on seeing, like, it's like the word I keep on getting is highly approachable, you know? Like it's not, the issue is not, has nothing to do with your approachability now. I keep on feeling like it has to do with their confidence. How you doing today, Julie? I can see you here. Can you please confirm to me? I need you to confirm. So if you the way I can draw, the way I can give you a one card, Julie, is I need you either to tell me what your TikTok account is that has the subscription, or I need you to become a member. I need you to become a member over on the place where you are right now, because your membership will also entitle you to a one card there. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I just need to confirm that. Perfect. Excellent. Hold on a minute. All right. One card. Hold on a minute. Just reading over. Bookcase. I got you, dear. One card, highest priority. Can I get one card, highest priority for big book place? Blah, blah, blah. For bookcase, please. We've got the four of wands and it's upright. Go ahead and make those plans. What are you waiting for? So it's saying to me, like it's saying to me that I feel like Like nobody's going to make the plans unless you take the leap forward, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially like this is all heavy. This is like, are you are you thinking about moving? Because it almost feels like there's something there. Um, it feels like there's something there that I see that you're working through, particularly and especially, um, not what you're doing, but where you're doing it, or doing something in a different place that would change the context or the nature of something that you're doing, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Oh, what do we got here? We've got the crane energy. Um, it's saying it's giving me the type of energy that says, um, like repetition hones experience, which is the modality by which we do something over and over and over again as we perfect it. So I feel like there's something about that that I see you doing as it relates to refining, like refining upon your perfection, or being able to articulate to another the full scope of your experience. It's saying in a certain way, like show, don't tell, if that makes sense. Some kind of observation there in terms of how you yourself articulate upon something. But not just, I keep wondering, not just the space by which you articulate it, but being able to tell someone, giving someone the full scope of your experience upon it, is what I keep on seeing. Just bear with me. Alessandra, one card on divine counterpart, please. Let's see here. I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I've got someone that feels energetically restless. You know, there's a little bit of this, like, should I stay or should I go? As it relates to some kind of circumstance or experience. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, that's a lot of like the nine of wands and it's upright. Um, this is feeling like incredibly steadfast energy. Um, but like I need to stress this steadfast energy, like it's almost saying to me, it's the difference between another person like changing versus always being the same. And I literally I almost feel like it's almost like giving me the vibration of someone who's healing in separation from a connection, and somebody trying to come back to them, and them like trying to articulate, like, this is the way it is with us, you know. Like it's I feel like it's giving me some kind of, it's like it's giving me some kind of energy by which another person tries to articulate. Like I keep on hearing someone say like promises, 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 but promises are commitments, right? Like the promises we make are the commitments that we make to one another. It's the observation of like how we ourselves are working to change. And so I almost see somebody who's like, you know, I literally almost hear somebody saying, like, I care about you, but I can't keep going through this. You know? Laurel, highest priority, please. Oh, these cards right now. Something is working out in your favor. I know it might not feel like that, but I keep on seeing, yeah, especially with the Two of Wands and it's upright, it really says to me, don't get frustrated right now. just get energetically consistent, which is being able to identify and recognize what it is. I keep wondering, being able to identify and recognize what it is that you're working to, like what it is that you're working to change, but also, I keep on hearing things might be coming towards you in ways that could surprise you, right? Which is saying don't get attached to the only way that something can work out, but feel like the opportunity of creating many different avenues by which you can energetically receive something is what I keep on seeing, particularly with this B energy, right? Like it's almost saying like make sure that you're being inevitable as you look towards a manifestation goal, which isn't just waiting for it from one direction, but like putting a little effort in many different directions, if that makes sense. I've been having issues at work and have been kind of speaking out. Thank you for confirming, dear. Excellent. Ella, one card around this. Oh, okay. One card around the repeating song that you've been hearing. Mm. It's about what we put, it's about what we commit to, right? And I like to point this out that um, when we feel energetically confident on something, this is what we like. That song is often what we talk about. Like that song is a beautiful song about walking through surrendering outcome, right? Like that's what we talk about in relationality to warrior path work or surrendering the outcome, which is the space by which we do something because it feels like it's our energetic purpose to do it, not specifically or particularly because we feel like it's not the space by which we're waiting for an energetic success metric on it or how others feel. It's because we know it is the right thing to be done, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the magician, right? It's the work. I like to point out that song is actually a victory song because it's the observation by which we find the commitment to ourselves in being able to articulate upon what energetically matters, right? And even in the and that's why even in the space by which the title of the song is about surrender, because it's being able to identify the energetic strength it takes to effectively commit to things, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I feel like this is you. Like I feel like this is almost like a guide message to you to remind you how strong you are, right? Like it says to me that it's like if you like your guides are not going to abandon you because you don't abandon yourself is what I keep on hearing, right? And the observation of working through things, like it almost says to me like the guides see how tireless you are in terms of trying to do things. And I keep on hearing you don't need to be perfect, right? Like it's not about perfecting. It's about being tireless as it relates to how we work, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you for getting on the list, Jana. And my friends, the list, please hold if you haven't posted your one card, because we're going to be returning back to them. All right. Whoop. And what I'm going to do right now, hold on a minute. Okay, just bear with me. So you said juju beans? All right. So I'm going to confirm your subscription after this. Hold on a minute. Okay, thank you. All right, Juju, so what I've got here for you is we've got the Six of Swords in its reversal with the Knight of Wands and it's up in its reversal. So this is really talking towards, what I'm effectively seeing there is don't get frustrated in terms of identifying what's not working. I keep on hearing like the space by which we are being energetically adaptable is being able to see something, like finding the positive in a situation, or being able to work into the space by which one is able to see how to do something in a way that allows one to be able to do it even more effectively. So I feel like I keep wondering, this is a sound of you becoming fortified in something. So I keep wondering, don't get frustrated, just get energetically focused. You're welcome, dear. All right. Let's continue right now. And thank you so much also for getting on the list. Marley and Jana, I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. Okay. One minute. And thank you for the follow, Earthen. And thank you as well, Sherry, for the follow. And thank you, Sharon, for the follow. Grand Rising Moon, good to see you today. Hi there, Leary. Hold on, just reading back. Got it. Yeah, it's not easy, Ivana. Hi there. How you doing today, Leary? I'm happy to read for you on that. We're doing one card readings for superfans right now, or if you'd like to get on the list, it is a donation of 29 for 3 cards, 29 or more for 3 cards for non-subscribers. Thank you for the follow. Oh, don't say disheartening, right? Yeah, I've got you, Rainbow. People try to drag me down when I'm in joy, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna head out, y'all. Exactly. Like, no, they're thank you for showing me whether you hold it preciously. I know, but here's the thing: when you see the projections, you don't, like, just don't internalize on them. Just observe them. You're welcome, Julia, and thank you, Stacy, for the follow. It's all you can do. Oh, Rainbow. Guidance for Rainbow, please. Um, the thing I keep on getting, the thing about it, um, I mean, it feels like your higher self trying to come through. That says, um, the space by which we care about each other is the space by which we honor each other's wishes. And I feel like I keep on hearing some kind of message that says the higher self is in conversation with everyone, right? So the ability to effectively, the ability to energetically connect through the higher self in terms of understanding, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, the higher self that's coming through on that says that, um, bottom of the deck, yeah, if they're projecting, I don't know why I keep on hearing a message that says if they're projecting something onto you, then it's better not to be in communication with them, is what I keep on hearing. Which is, I keep on seeing the space by which the space by which we care about each other is the space by which we say, if you're ready to talk, know that I'm here, right? Which is not, I keep on seeing, that is you extending something forward for the time by which they are energetically ready for it, that allows for the modality of understanding, that wishing them the space by which they're happy is the best conversation we can have with another, is what I keep on seeing, right? Yeah, like wishing each other, like wishing each other energetic peace, and then focusing, even in the context by which another person is going through, like going through energetic volatility, or the modality by which another person is going through emotions, right? Like we hold each other the way we ask to be held, right? Which is say like, I'm here with you, but I'm also here if you need space, right? Like that is how we're when we're doing that, when we're honoring each other's wishes, then we're always holding each other, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, dear. Stacy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Bridget. I want to recognize people from past lives as well. That is awesome. Hi there, Leary. Again, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't repeat the same question in the comments. The way we have questions answered here is by becoming a subscriber or by sending the donation. Highest priority, please, for Avatar. We've got the three of, oh, we got two cards coming up. Avatar, no, Shed. Siobhan has two cards coming through. Three of Pentacles in its reversal. Keep an open mind on the possibility of something happening, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? There's something about you embracing the word yet, which is to say, like, I feel like I see you applying work towards something, and even in the context with which you're like, I feel like I see you taking more of an open-minded approach to things, and I keep on hearing open-minded approaches are often the space by which we allow compassion to come in, because it's not the fact that our manifestation isn't coming, it's the space by which we identify, like I keep on hearing the space by which we identify the time it takes to get there, right? Yeah, like the wolf energy, which is saying, like, I keep on hearing patient isn't waiting. Patience is a moving towards what we know is for us. And even in the context by which we move towards it, we're energetically patient with ourselves in the process. So I feel like there's something really, I feel like that's you kind of building into loving yourself more, or loving the journey or the process. Grand Rising Moon, good to see you today. And thank you, Sharon, for the follow. Thank you, Sherry, for the follow as well. Moon, one card, highest priority, please. Joy is a very good reason. Joy is a perfectly good reason to do something, right? Like joy is positive. Joy is energetically shared, right? Joy is in profoundly healing, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like, I don't know why, like, I feel like this is you moving away from somber energy, but there's something, I feel like there's something there's something really important about that, in terms of I keep on hearing there's something really important in the ability to identify what feels like, I keep on hearing we find moments of catharsis and joy that almost allow us to be able to heal the past in a way that we felt like we haven't before. And so I feel like there's something really beautiful there, because it's that observation, or that ability of effectively identifying how nourishing that is, that almost allows us, like, I keep on hearing, like, it gives us the motivation to go forward, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with the hair energy, right? Like the hair energy talks to us a lot about, I keep on seeing someone being like, I didn't even know I was carrying that, you know? Like I keep wondering, like that's what catharsis is. Like catharsis is the moment by which we realize we healed something that we didn't even realize was hurting us, right? So I keep on hearing our joy brings us catharsis, which are modalities by which we sometimes don't realize what we're carrying until we're in a space by which we can energetically celebrate the space by which we're able to be authentically ourselves, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Thank you as well, Bookcase. Thinking about, oh, you are thinking about a move. This hits direct impact. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for confirming, dear. Oh, enjoy, Rainbow. And thank you, sister, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. The one card makes perfect sense. Thank you for confirming, Laurel. Do divine counterparts mirror our own experience at a given time, or not always the case? It's case by case, Alexandra. It really is. I've read on divine counterpart connections by which going through completely different like energetic lessons, and then I've read into divine connections by which they're going through a lot of the similar experiences. It really it's a case by case basis, and it has a lot to do, like there's no way to articulate with full clarity as to what's happening. That's why I like to read into them individually. You're so welcome, Julie. No, regular readings are open, Marley. I've got you on the list. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. And Earth Angel, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ella. Absolutely. Hold on, just reading over. And CJ, thank you for the follow as well. Sherry, it's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. And hold on a minute. It is studying the lyrics. Okay, thank you for confirming. Oh, excellent, Per. Yeah, I did. I read for yours, Rainbow. Okay, got it. Thanks. Excellent. I've made a recommitment to honor their wishes to have me stay. And I want you to understand, like, not, I mean, like the space by which another person needs space. I was reading into somebody who feels really overwhelmed by everything right now, or I keep on hearing someone who feels overwhelmed by the obligations on connections, which is why the best gift we can give another person is saying, like, our connection does not have an obligation attached to it, you know? Yep, highest priority for Moon, please. Some energy just wants to argue. Some energy loves to argue. I know it's frustrating, but I need to point this out. Like, often energy that wants to argue, I feel like you have to say to someone, I'm not here. Like, when somebody is working through the fact that they don't want to admit something, right? Like, they'll often try to create that argument space, because it's like the space by which they say something in the heat of the moment that finally admit something. You have to say to someone, like, I care about you, but I'm not reliving that trauma situation with you, right? It's like a lot of that, like out with it. I feel like this is you kind of sensing that, like, it's off. You'll often see somebody, like, you'll see somebody who's like really going through it, being like fight with me, and being like, I'm not here to fight with you to get you to admit something that you're afraid to admit to yourself, right? Like, that's not what we do for each other. We work to heal, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you can't, right? Because that's somebody working through a boundary issue, right? It's the space by which another person, right? Like, it's like the argument by which another person can either claim or unclaim what they said, right? In the modality by which they arrive to it, or the modality by which they say, oh, I was upset or angry at the time, being like, like, this is why arguments are not where we go to heal, because it's too easy to be able not to be consistent in what we're healing there, right? Being like, oh, well, I didn't really mean that. Being like, well, then you shouldn't have said it, you know? Oh, really, Gina? Have you been having success with it? I tried to passively communicate that. I'm wishing them well. We're posting videos. And you can send those messages to the higher self, Rainbow, right? You can send those messages to the higher self, which is saying like I hope they're okay, right? Absolutely. Glam, thank you. Minnie, one card on the week ahead, please. This feels good. I feel like I see you getting a lot of things done. Yeah, or like building into some plans or like knocking things off the to-do list, you know? Oop, yeah, you gotta wait, where'd it go? Come back here. Oh, this card. Yeah, like it's saying to me like this is you playing catch up on something. Animal spirit. Yeah, like this is you like, you know, this is why we say like thank you for your patience, right? Because I almost see you kind of like getting back into like your groove in some way. I mean, the advice you gave is basically exactly what I've done. So that's great. I know that's listen. There's nothing better than me reaffirming something you're already doing. That's always like that's like listen. That is good. Like that is very good. Is there a time for me to get a reading? Yeah, absolutely. No, I've got room for one more person today. Yep, absolutely. Sorry, I only asked because I was kicked out and didn't know if you already done it or not. I always check. Yep, what message went through? Okay. Hi there, Gina. Like I said, are you having success with that? What are like, yeah, doing my best to surrender to what happens. Absolutely. It's a love-hate process. Yep. Yeah, there's a list. I can read the list now. So the list for anyone asking, the list we have right now is Jana and Marley. And I've got one more person on the list today I've got one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. Okay. It won't let you click, you won't let you click my links. That's interesting. You mean the links in my bio? Thank you for confirmation, Ed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. And yes, I can do mediumship. Absolutely. Yeah, you can yeah, did you grab, yeah, you paid on the 11th? Hold on, let me just confirm, dear. I got you. Yep. Thank you for coming back for your reading, and the list is closed. If anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, getting on the list today will give you priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read before we start the daily collective. Yes, creative. We're taking a pause in the one cards. We're getting back to personals right now. Have a great day, Avatar. Thank you. Wishing you a good one. All right, we're going to get back to it. Hold on a minute. Yep. You're so welcome, Moon. Hi there, Leary. Again, so I'm going to ask that you stop asking the question over and over, Larry. The way we have questions answered here is if you become a super fan, then your super fan status makes you eligible for a free 1-card reading each day, or you can send the donation payment, at which point you can get on the list. The list is closed today, but if you get on the list today, you'll be first priority tomorrow. Yeah, what is said can't be unsaid. I know. It's painful. I need to get this out. Oh my gosh, Sherry. Thank you for letting us know, and thank you for being here. And I hope that being in this space helps you. That is a very frightening space to be in. And I'm wishing them so much support on their healing journey. Absolutely. Thank you for letting us know, and thank you again. Thank you for allowing this to be a safe space by which you can articulate that. Absolutely. You're welcome, dear. I've been leveling. Okay, I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. Well, hold on. Wait. Glam, hold on. I'm going to read the list right now. So the list we have right now is Jana, Marley, and Alyssa. So I think I've got you third on the list, dear, okay? All right, and the next person we're reading for today is Jana. So Jana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And guys, like, I don't know who that was, but don't randomly telegram people. That's weird. Be safe out there. Okay. All right. No, it's okay, dear. I know I got you. All right, second call right now for Jana. I got you, Jana. General relationship. Okay, I got you. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up here. We got Jana, please. Guys, make sure to give Jana some love. We're doing a general relationship for Jana. 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages. Oh, come on. You know, I just keep on hearing the same message. It's really like energy will get sentimental on the fact that they fumbled rather than learning how to pick things back up again. You know what I mean? You know, like, and I want to point this out. Like, I gotta stress this. I often see this with artist energy, and it's like, it's like it's the work that we often do by which we become too sentimental. Like we become too sentimental on, we become too sentimental on what we energetically let go of that gets in the way of actually building anything real or true with another person. Because like I literally see somebody, like it's like the description that I often build into with this is like it's working. Like I keep on hearing like the irony of someone articulating upon the fact that they're still missing someone that makes it impossible for anyone to start anything with them is what I keep on hearing. Like nobody wants to feel like an energetic concession is what I keep on getting, right? And an energetic concession is not a relationship that builds into the context of being ready to heal. And I keep on hearing the difference between I love you and you'll do is what I keep on getting. And the thing about this is when you're healing from energy like this, it is the most ridiculous thing because that type of energy, it's very easy to live in the past because everything's beautiful and nothing hurts, right? Energy like that, the last person they were with was always the best one, right? The last person they were with was always, nobody can ever hold a candle to the last person they were with. It's awfully convenient, isn't it? Right? Somebody who always articulates upon the fact that the last person that they're with, nobody could hold a candle to it. Why aren't they with them? Very convenient, isn't it? Right? If they were so great, where are they? If they were so great, if they were so great, where are they? Because I don't see them here, right? I don't see them. Where are they? It's like it's a lot of that type of energy. And it's like it's the thing about it is you just like the you have to recognize and identify when you see energy like that, just walk away. You just walk away and you keep walking. And then they're going to articulate that that was you, right? And then you become like I keep on hearing you become the candle that they bludgeon another person with, right? It's like like they like everything's in shambles and then you become the candle, right? Which is somebody who's like literally going through an experience by which they're always articulating upon the fact that the last person that they were with was the best they ever energetically had. And then you walk away and now you're the last person they with. So now they're pining away from you, right? Everything's in shambles because they're always holding a candle, right? An energy that's always holding a candle can't get anything done. It's literally you can't get anywhere with someone like that. You just have to recognize if they're in that modality, because the space by which they do that, right? Which is like often like the space by which, and this is why when someone starts to invoke the past and being like, well, they were like this, be like, well, why don't you go back there? Where are they? If things were so great, where are they now? Because often that energy will articulate, will try to ubiquitous the past connection, right? To articulate something that that is a present direction, right? Not true. Nothing they say is not true because they're creating the fabrication of how good something was, failing to recognize why it didn't stay together in the first place. And I feel like this is really important because I see you moving into healthy energy right now. I see you moving into the space of building into something energetically real. Don't let anybody waxing sentimental come towards you right now to disrupt what you're building for yourself, right? I never should have let you go is not the same as saying I've changed, okay? I've never should have let you go is not the same as somebody saying I've actively worked to change, okay? It's not the same statement. The acknowledgement of another person saying, I should not have let you go is not the observation of someone articulating the fact that they recognize that they need to change. And often the space by which, and you'll often see somebody like this being like, I never should let you go. And being like, you didn't, like, what are you talking about? Like, even the way that they articulate what happened, being like, there was no holding in the first place, right? Like, that's what usually happens with energy like that. The energy that says, I never should have let you go, was never holding anything in the first place, right? And that's the heart, and that's what I keep on seeing, because it feels like there's somebody around you like that. Literally, and you'll always tell, right? Literally that type of energy by which you can't get anywhere with them. They won't tell you what's going on, and then you effectively move away, and then they're like, oh, and then they're sentimental for a relationship that never fully formed, because they're not in the condition of holding on to things. They're just in the condition of waxing sentimental on what they're perpetually letting go of. Oh, I can't. This energy drives me wild to read for. Bottom of the deck. You can't get anywhere with someone like that, right? Everything like I keep on hearing they're full of sad love songs. The energy like this is always full of sad love songs, and they're full of sad love songs because they're always articulating, right? They're always articulating upon the tragedy of energetically losing someone until you say, can you please give me the details on what you did to keep it? What? Can you please go into detail? Right? Can you please be clear? Did you tell them what they meant to you? Did you put a name on it? Were you in a committed relationship with them? Often energy I read for like this is perpetually in non-committal mode, and they only are committed to the last relationship, right? It's like, it's literally they only get committed when the relationship is in the past, and suddenly like they're married to their past, right? Like that's someone who's married to their past, which is someone who's perpetually non-committal in the present, but they always articulate upon the past, but the past was where I was, the past was where I was devout, right? And then you go back to the past person being like, they were never, I don't even know, like I didn't know what was going on half the time, right? Like I didn't know what's going on half the time. You can't get anywhere with energy like this. And I'm saying right now, especially if you're finally moving into something that's healthy, don't let the waxing sentimental, don't let the waxing sentimental try to draw you back towards it by articulating upon how much they miss you. How much I miss you is not the same as saying, this is what I've done to actively change and heal. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed for today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have first priority in being read for, which means if you get on the list today, you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And thank you, B, for the follow. I don't like to use the term, I don't like the word con, but it's like they're conning themselves. Like that's what's so ridiculous about it. Like the only person they're conning is themselves, you know? Thank you for confirmation, Ed. That was my ex. Ugh, sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Yeah, we've been together for 33 years, only to be blindsided, oh my gosh, by the deception in the past. Oh my goodness. Jana, I'm sending you so much support on that. How some people can take for granted. It's unfortunately don't see it until it's gone. Thank you as well, Jana. I'm realizing that more and more. Yeah, and thank you as well, Chris J, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Yeah, they're in a relationship with their mind. Exactly. I totally understand that. And D, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you as well, Jana. And I keep on like, I feel like like everything I'm seeing there, like I keep on hearing, you are not like you are someone's present, right? Like if someone can't let go of the past, like let them have it, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like if you've been doing that work, you understand that. Thank you so much, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Marley. Marley, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, friends, while we wait, we are also at 72.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And guys, I'm pinning up Marley here. Make sure to give Marley some love. Oh, boy. Wow. I feel like I read this is somebody who's had some kind of profound awakening on something. I keep on hearing I shouldn't have I don't know, I keep on hearing someone say that was incredibly rude of me, wasn't it? You know? And I want to like, I often see the shape of someone going through a maturation process, um, in the observation of being able to identify, um, the observation of being able to identify, um, how it. I keep wondering the observation of being able to identify, um, how it feels to, um, like, I don't know, I keep on getting like the space by which we try to ping someone is what I keep on getting, you know? Like, I just keep on hearing the same messages, like they felt the sting that helped them acknowledge it hurts to ping. They felt the sting that helps them acknowledge it hurts to ping, which is the modality by which we build into relationships consistently and comprehensively. We don't drop into relationship that says like, "Hey, what's up?" And you'll often see this with immature energy, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that like, "Hey, what's up?" and being like, "Nothing," right? Because it's like it's the space by which another person isn't acknowledging, right? The space by which another person isn't acknowledging that I keep on hearing the suddenness isn't delightful, but exhausting is what I keep on seeing, right? And the thing about it is like I keep on hearing you having to say like I feel like they recognize the fact that it's not cute, right? And the thing about it is I don't know why I keep on hearing something strongly related to this. It says no cute energy, which is often the space by which someone drops in and is like, "Aren't you delighted to see me?" And another person being like, "No." Like no, right? And I want to kind of address this because I feel like I see somebody who wants to talk to you about something. But the question isn't whether they want to talk to you about it. It's whether they're mature enough to have a conversation. And the way you'll usually tell, um, the way you'll usually tell in terms of someone who's like working through something is their own ability of like stepping out of their energetic comfort zone. And I think that it's interesting because I feel like there's something, I almost feel like it's something that another person, right? It's something that another person used to do to you that they're now recognizing with that. Remember, I said like that acuteness is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I almost like that's the conversation I see somebody um, wanting to have with you, which is like almost like it feels like someone who wants to apologize for something but they don't know how to energetically address it is what I keep on seeing. um and I think that in a way, like the thing is I don't really think that you need the apology. And I like to point this out because like I sometimes when I read into energy like this, um because there's history here, And I think that a lot of that, like, I feel like I see, like, there's a lot of history and relationality to, um, and I think it's interesting too because it feels like it's somebody who's going through something that they used to do to you, and I literally see them going, "This is how they must have felt." Like, that's all I keep on getting. Someone being like, "Oh my God, this is what I must have looked like. This is what I must have like. This is what it must have felt like being on the other side of that." And that's what I keep on seeing in terms of like someone like working through their own mortification in desiring to have a conversation with you about it. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, something to keep in mind on this. I feel like you and another person are very hard on yourselves. But like I keep on hearing hard on yourselves in the best way possible because I want to point this out. Um, when we care about each other, when we care about each other, we're energetically mindful of each other's perception, right? And the space, I don't know who this is. Like, I don't know why there's a little bit of this protectiveness that I'm seeing around another person, specifically and particularly, um, like as it relates to being mindful of another person's feelings is what I keep on getting. And I don't know why, but like I feel like I see you and another person having sensitivity conversations or helping another person see something in a way by which the only way you can help another person be more sensitive is by articulating upon a sensitivity, is what I keep on seeing. And I almost see a situation by which you're saying to someone, like, I know what you intend, but the ability of building into intentionality is how, like, the best gift we give to each other is the ability of saying to another person, like, this is what you could be doing better, or this is how something could be misconstrued. And I almost feel like that, um, like, I almost feel like that's what's happening between you and another person, which is saying to another, like saying to someone, like, I know that you're like, I know your heart's in the right place, but there are some people that might not know the full shape of your heart, right? And the space by which the work by which we go about helping another person navigate, um, like their own, like I keep on hearing like their own lack of understanding. I keep on hearing, like, remember, the best gift that you can give another person is the best gift you can give another person is by articulating to them how another person might be perceiving something, that they can then effectively recognize what they can do better, is what I keep on getting. And I think that it's important too, because I see somebody who might be having an issue as it relates to some of the anxiety that they carry, right? And there's something about that anxiety by which we say to each other, like, anxiety is healthy, but anxiety is healthy by which we effectively work towards a mutual desire of care, is what I keep on hearing. But the anxiety that makes us temperamental is worrisome, is what I keep on getting, right? Like that's almost like what I keep on seeing, particularly as it relates to somebody like not wanting to talk about something, you know? You have to, everything that there needs to be, right? There needs to be some kind of conversation there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting perspective on that, Per. I do my best, Unique. Here you drop this. You are, yeah, I can, no, I can see the fact, like, I can see the relationship there. But I also see somebody, like, I don't know if they've got a lot of Cancer placements, but I see somebody who gets like really, really in their own head about things. Like there's a lot of overthinking there. Thank you for reposting, AD. Yeah, we had a lot of vulnerable conversations last night. I worry my vulnerability will scare another. But like the thing I'm observing there, like Marley, and I think that this is the important thing, is reaffirming to another person how much you appreciate the vulnerable conversation, right? Like I feel like that's the work that you need to do, is potentially saying to them like, listen, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you being energetically there for me, right? Because it does feel like there's something there that feels profoundly like open-ended, if that makes sense, right? So allow like almost reaffirm to them, especially if they were vulnerable to you, saying like, I realize how much that took and I really appreciate the fact, like I would like more of that going forward. You know what I mean? Like something about like being able to like reaffirm that openness that helps another person find courage within it, if that makes sense. Yeah, you were the one being vulnerable. Absolutely. Thank you for confirming. Okay. One card for Ruby. Um, I've got the Emperor here, which says like, it's saying to me like you're building into the space of feeling fortified or strong upon doing something. But I keep on hearing like a healthy relationship does not require you to be the strong one all the time, right? Like it's understanding. Like I feel like I see this, especially with the owl energy. Like this is you working into, like I just keep on seeing this is you working into the context of like helping another person recognize or identify how they feel about something is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's something really important about that, right? And I feel like it's like your awareness is going to be a gift for someone who appreciates it. And like I feel like it's you having to say like, I don't want to feel like I need to check up on you constantly, you know? Like it's like I feel like that's what you're effectively saying to another person, right? Like you have to, like often the space by which you have to do it is why it doesn't feel like it's supportive. It feels like it's energetically necessary. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Alyssa. And just a reminder, we're pausing on one cards because we have another personal coming through. Thank you for that, Heart Me. I appreciate you as well, Ruby. Okay. And Grace, if you could just hold on that one card, I'll be getting back to one cards once we complete the next reading. All right. Alyssa, if you're here, can you just confirm in all caps and let me know if you'd like, I believe you already posted your question. I just need to know confirmation that you're still in the room. Hi, dear. Okay, perfect. And are we doing the same question that you asked previously? Just going back to find it. Yes, what do I need to know for my life path or guides? I got you, dear. I love that question. I got you, dear. I see it. Okay, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition with an intuition check. Animal spirit guide, please. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. We'll do it again after the next reading. And if you guys could, I'm going to pin up Alyssa here. Make sure to give Alyssa some love. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. 4 cards, please. And 2 more. So I think that the thing I keep on seeing in terms of a lot of the work that I think that you're working on right now, um, I feel like I see you letting go of a lot of anxiety, particularly particularly as it relates to like what is in your wheelhouse to control versus what is uncontrollable is what I keep on getting. And that's bringing me back to some of that crane energy, right? Which is like, it's like the thing with the crane energy is, oh, yeah, perfect example. Like a lot of that crane energy is being able to effectively identify and recognize what feels like it's energetically, what feels like is energetically supportive to you versus situations and circumstances by which, like, I just keep on seeing like you're letting go of a lot of unnecessary fear, you know? And a lot of that fear I see that you're letting go of um, has to do with, and I want to describe this, right? Sometimes us letting go of fear is the most supportive, is like, that is how we feel brave, right? Like the way you let go of fear is literally what it means to be brave, which is the space by which you literally say, like, I don't care about the fear. Like, I don't care, like I can't stress to you how little I care about the energetic fear, because it's the observation of understanding that, like, I keep on hearing the greatest fear that we have, right? Like it's like the fear, like the fear of letting down others versus the fear of letting down ourselves is what I keep on seeing. And I think that it's kind of parent, like, I feel like the painful thing about this is I do feel like it's changing some of the energy around you, right? Because this is what you notice. I need to point this out. Like, this is what you notice with those who have a fear-based mindset, right? A fear-based mindset is literally the energy that feels like they're like, but what will they say? Being like, who cares what they say, right? Do you understand? Like, that is literally the sound of a fear-based mindset. What will they say, right? Being like, that's your fear-based mindset speaking, right? The observation by which you're more worried, right? The observation by which you're more worried about how another person receives it versus like who you are in the context of energetically being it. And I feel like there's something important about that, like particularly as it relates to, I keep on seeing, like as it relates to like you letting, I keep wondering, this is like, as it relates to you letting go of somebody, right? And I want to point this out, like it's giving me a lot of that energy that says like, and I keep on hearing, right? Healthy spirituality is not the observation of not looking at something. It's the ability to be able to energetically bear witness, which is the modality by which you articulate to another and say, right, your spirituality better be in the condition by which you can effectively look at things. Because if you can't look at it, it's not spirituality, it's indulgence, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and I think that, you know, the positive upon that is I do feel like I see situations by which you are the force of change, right? And I keep on seeing your own confidence, right? Your confidence is your competence. So your confidence by which you're effectively able to be able to articulate to another and stating to them like, hey, right? Like this is something by which one has to effectively identify. I just keep on seeing that um and it's interesting too because um like I almost see like I almost see you addressing a situation by which I keep on hearing when you stop worrying about making friends, true friends come to you, is what I keep on hearing. When you stop worrying about making true friend, like when you stop worrying about making friends, true friends come to you, because it almost says to me it's the modality by which, right? Like I feel like this is the space by which you identify, I keep wondering the space by which you identify um like doing something, but like it's not just doing something, it's doing something in a way that feels like it's uniquely you. And so I want to give you some bottom of the definition on this as well. Yeah, like this hermit energy. And I feel like you've already been experiencing this to a certain extent. You know, and I need to stress this. Like and this is what we talk about going through, like it's very common to go through like periods of isolation when we're going through, like when we're going through the process of getting better at something, because I feel like this is you having to take some time for yourself, right? And I keep on getting the space by which we take time for ourselves should only be received with care from those around the self, right? Like, and I keep on getting this, like that modality by which you articulate that is not just doing something the way that you do it, but doing it on your timeline. And that's why I keep on getting that, like working through the I keep wondering, like you're working through the demands of keeping up with others, but I keep on hearing refocus, right? Like refocus on just what you need to do, right? Because that ability to energetically refocus, it's saying even now, like it's okay, like it's okay to like I keep wondering, remember, Like, getting better is not about drifting. It's about how quickly you refocus yourself is what I keep on hearing. And so um, I feel like that I want you to write down that word because there's something about refocus that I feel like is going to help ground you right now, particularly as it relates to the this energy, which is being able to do something in a way that feels like it's stabilizing to the self without feeling ever energetically overwhelmed or carried away by things, right? Perpetually refocusing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And I get it, and I keep on seeing too, energy around you will appreciate that quality within you as well, right? Like there they are. I keep wondering somebody's being like there they are perpetually refocusing. Like they're almost in that space by which they're able to effectively, like I keep on hearing like they're giving you the space of like doing something, but then being able to get back to something is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we do the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as was reading. Yeah, I'm working towards what makes me feel safe on my own. I got you, dear. I have so much fear and worry. It's been a struggle. I'm persistent, though. No one cares what they say. I still fear, but I'm fighting within myself to do it anyway. But that's what I see that you're getting better at, right? Like a little discomfort every day gets you there. I've been having friend issues and I just visited true friends. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I want to do social media, but that's okay. Here's the thing about it, right? Like, again, a little bit of discomfort, but not in the way by which it feels like a contortion. Blessings to you as well, Logan. All right, let's continue right now. And Cloud9, thank you for the follow. All right, we're getting back to one card readings for superfans. So if you are a superfan who has not had a card pulled today, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. Excellent. One card on how my evaluation went today. Okay, I got you, dear. I mean, it's interesting because I feel like it went positively, but it almost feels like you're reconsidering you for something different now. In a positive way. Yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. I don't know, I keep on hearing somebody say like, I didn't realize you felt that way. Or that's a really interesting point of view. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that swan energy. Like I keep on seeing somebody who like appreciated the opportunity to be able to catch up with you is what I keep on seeing. You know? Excellent. All right, going back to Grace's question, just bear with me a moment. One second. Last night, tough convo. I feel like it feels it's like I keep on hearing a tough convo, but an important convo. Because I feel like it's like it feels to me like you and another person trying to identify like what the manifestation goal is. Bottom of the deck, right? Like working into like the space by which we understand what another person's energetic ideal is that helps us basically build into the context of our own decision or determination on what feels like is right for us is what I keep on getting. Yeah, specifically with the Ram energy. I feel like this is you and another person recognizing the difference between a plateau and a direction, which is the space by which another person says, like, this is what I consider ideal versus another person saying, like, this is where I aspire to go, that helps us find what works best, like, in the long term. So I feel like there's something about that that's helping to build into the context of what that looks like. Absolutely. One moment, please. One card, highest priority for Yaz. We've got the Eight of Swords in its reversal. So I feel like there's something in relationality to this that this is you getting more comfortable with yourself. You know, I feel like this is you in some way, shape, or form starting to embrace your authenticity more. And bottom of the deck on that, yeah, like your authenticity isn't for everybody. That's a good thing, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, like I keep on hearing your authenticity as shield. If there's something about you being your authentic self that moves someone away from you, that's a blessing, right? Like that's a better to know is what I keep on hearing. Absolutely. Tiff, one card, overcoming struggle. We've got here the Five of Pentacles in its upright. So I feel like there's some kind of observation in relationality to working through circumstances or situations wherein you yourself are like healing from abandonment wounds, or spaces by which you yourself feel, I keep wondering, spaces by which you feel frustrated, or the space by which you feel I keep on getting like the space by which you feel energetically triggered but not allowing. Yeah, Two of Wands in its reversal, not allowing the energetic trigger to deter you in relationality to one's own feelings of perseverance towards one's like towards one's goals or the way that one is communicating. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with that fire dragon energy. I feel like that's a lot of work that we're potentially seeing there as it relates to situations or circumstances by which we ourselves are able to communicate upon something that feels very important to our heart space. So I feel like I keep on hearing, like, think about how you can shift a conversation, if that makes sense. And Anointed, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. You're welcome, Yaz. Tiff, overcoming struggle with next step, please. Woo, we got a bunch of cards out. I mean, it feels to me like it's not, is it a struggle? Like, is it a struggle, or is it um I feel like it's almost like reframing the energetic struggle in terms of, I keep on seeing like um I almost see you kind of working through something, but working through something in a way that feels, I keep on hearing like you say to another person, like I feel like this is you like pointing out to another person like what would be more ideal, or being able to help another person see um uh like it feels like it actually, like these cards together, like it feels like active critique space, you know. But like I keep on getting like the space by which one works through a critique is the space by which you say to another person, is there something, like is there anything, like if you, is there anything that you would like to tell me that I haven't asked you, right? Which is often like the space that you leave another person the ability to understand what's energetically adaptable. But even in the space by which we're working through adaptability, right, we're able to effectively articulate and see like how we're trying to do something better is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the salmon, right? It almost says to me like I see you kind of working through experiences, and your own ability to try to energetically perfect something is what makes you perfect, right? It's not about perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's perpetually perfecting. Nikki, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like I see you like I feel like this is you picking your energetic battles in the best way possible, which is understanding what's worth a conversation versus what one just needs to let go of, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Page of Cups. Right? Like it says to me, like the space, like the space by which another person is making a problem and the space by which it becomes our problem is the space by which we effectively recognize if there's actually something that we need to work on versus something that another person needs to work on, right? Like, and I like to stress this, you often see this in energy that's constantly trying to broadcast that they're unhappy rather than articulating to others the directions that would make them happier, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that stag energy, right? This effectively speaks towards this speaks towards the energetic appreciation that we have in terms of what we mean to one another, right? Which is saying to me, like, we don't require others to negate the weather of our moods when we're in a point of maturation. We work to give each other the tools we need to make things better. We don't leave someone clueless as to what is energetically wrong. Hi there, Alexandria. One card on building understanding versus misalignment, please. Perpetually, right? Which is being like it's perpetual work. And even in the space by which we're perpetually working for it, we understand that we're not perfect. But even in the misalignment has to do with making sure that we have the same manifestation goal. Let the manifestation goal guide you, right? Death card in its reversal, right? Misalignment is when we don't share the same manifestation goal. So if you're feeling misaligned, say return back to what that manifestation goal is. Help to see the difference between an argument and a conflict. An argument are two individuals who want the same things. They've just got different ways of getting there. A conflict are energies that are trying to move in completely separate directions. Animal spirit guide. You can't do anything, right? You can't do anything with someone who has a different manifestation goal. But sometimes the observation of we want different things is how we heal from misalignment. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow, Anointed. The list is closed today, Nicole, but if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Fairy, I think we've spoken about this. I feel like you ask that question every time you come in here. We do a free reading each day for those who can't afford readings. And then we also offer one card readings for those who are super fans. So if you want to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. We also do donation-based readings. So if you want the question answered, you just need to send me the donation and we can read into it. But I want to kind of like set expectations because I feel like you come in here frequently and you always ask the same question. And I feel like I'm always providing this context of an answer. So that's how we have questions answered here. I hope that helps, dear. You're welcome, Nikki. You're welcome, Alexandria. All right, my friends, final call for anyone who has not had a card pulled who is a super fan today. I want to thank you guys so much. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I'd encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. If you became a super fan, send me a disco gif and I will send you that invite. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code to our class program. Our next class is this Thursday. So you still have time to sign up if you'd like to take part in tarot class. If you are not a super fan but would still like a smaller coupon, you can message me the word class and I'll be happy to send you one. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.